My wife is a beautiful CEO. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476 now. Can we be reasonable? A burst of hurried footsteps sounded. Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw three figures walking hurriedly. The one walking in front was a man in his 30s. He had a fair complexion and was dressed in a suit. This man was the Master Pang Xiaoxin mentioned by Qian Qingji. Behind Pang Xiaoxin were two middle-aged bald men. The two men looked similar and seemed to be brothers. Moreover, they had vigorous blood and vitality, and their bodies were full of vitality. They looked like serious masters of vitality. Seeing Pang Xiaoxin and the other two coming, Qian Qingji and Zhi Yingying showed ecstasy on their faces. They hurried to Pang Xiaoxin and accused Su Chen of atrocities. Master Pang, it's this bastard. He not only beat me and the security guards of Wanqiu Tower, but also killed Master Wu. Qian Jichen complained immediately. Zhi Yingying leaned on Pang Xiaoxin and said delicately, Master Pang, I wanted to introduce Yao Nana to you. In the end, it was this bastard who stopped me. Manager Qian was beaten because he helped me. You must vent our anger for us. Pang Xiaoxin's face suddenly showed a trace of anger. At this time, Yao Nana stood up. She said angrily, nonsense. It was obviously Zhi Yingying who drugged me, and Su Chen took action to protect me. The people in Wanqiu are unreasonable. They want to take sides to help Zhi Yingying, so Su Chen hurt people. Pang Xiaoxin turned his head and looked at Yao Nana's face. He said frivolously, oh, she is indeed a beauty. I have only heard of her before, but never seen her. Seeing her today, I can see that she is indeed as famous as she is. Yao Nana's face turned cold. Put away your dog eyes. My grandfather is Yao Zhenfeng, and my father is Yao Shan. Pang Xiaoxin said with disdain. It's just the Yao family. It can't scare my Jinglin Villa. Yao Nana was stunned. He didn't even look at the 8 major families in the provincial capital. What kind of power is this Jinglin Villa? Pang Xiaoxin took 2 steps forward and stared at Su Chen coldly. Boy, are you the one who is causing trouble in our Jinglin Villa? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. From your tone, you are not going to reason, right? Reason? Pang Xiaoxin sneered. Here, I, Pang Xiaoxin, am the reason, and my Jinglin Villa is the reason. Now, kneel down, and I will spare your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen suddenly kicked. Bang! Pang Xiaoxin flew out directly. He hit the wall hard. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he knelt on the ground holding his stomach, unable to stand up. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Su Chen's kick was too fast. Even the 2 masters who came with Pang Xiaoxin were stunned. Zhi Yingying and Qian Qingji were even more incredulous. This is Master Pang of Jinglin Villa. Pang Xiaoxin struggled to raise his head. His face was full of resentment. Who are 2 masters? Take him down for me. Don't kill him. Leave him alive. Pang Xiaoxin roared. He had never suffered such humiliation. Now he didn't want Su Chen to die. He wanted to torture Su Chen. Yes. The 2 bald men responded and then ran towards Su Chen. The tiger is coming down the mountain. The white crane spreads its wings. The 2 masters saw Su Chen's move just now and didn't dare to take it lightly at all. As soon as they came up, they used their own special skills. Tiger and crane double form. Su Chen sneered. Huda stretched out his big hand, gathered it into a claw, and grabbed Su Chen's heart and throat fiercely. Hua jumped high, his hand like a crane's beak, poking at Su Chen's eyes and temple. You're quite ruthless. Su Chen's eyes turned cold. The next second, he made a lightning move, first grabbing Huda's tiger claws. Then, he suddenly broke it. Snap! A sound of broken bones rang out, and Huda's wrist drooped directly. Ah! Huda screamed. However, Su Chen ignored him and did not let go of him. With his other hand, he grabbed Hua's crane beak with his backhand. Although Hua was also a master of the Xianshan realm, but in front of Su Chen, he was like a child. In the blink of an eye, he was grabbed by Su Chen's wrist. Hua's face changed drastically. Before he could react, he felt a huge force coming. Hu Dan and Hua could not resist Su Chen's huge force at all. The two could only let Su Chen pull their bodies and then slam into each other. Su Chen was like holding two copper cymbals, constantly colliding. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, Hu Dan and Hua only felt that they were hit by a train. Their bones were completely broken, and their internal organs were also ruptured. The meridians were broken, and the vitality collapsed. In just a few hits, the two had become mud. Su Chen threw them casually. Hu Dan and Hua fell to the ground without any sound. The two innate realm masters had become two corpses. Go. Looking at Su Chen, who was like a demon god, Pang Shaoxan, Qian Chengji and Zi Yingying swallowed their saliva together. At this moment, the three of them regretted it very much. Zi Yingying regretted looking for Yao Nana. Qian Chengji regretted standing up for Zi Yingying. And Pang Shaoxan regretted taking only Hu Dan and Hua out. Su Chen walked up to Pang Shaoxan, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Now, can we talk about reason?" Pang Shaoxan was trembling all over. He was almost scared to tears. Su Chen was really too cruel. He was really afraid that Su Chen would kill him directly. Yes. Yes. Pang Shaoxan nodded quickly. Whatever reason you say, it is the reason. As soon as the voice fell. Snap. Su Chen slapped Pang Shaoxan in the face. Pang Shaoxan's face was swollen. He was humiliated and confused. Pang Shaoxan didn't understand why Su Chen hit him after he said so. However, Su Chen just said coldly, "I'm here to talk about reason with you. If you say so, wouldn't it be that I'm unreasonable?" Pang Shaoxan looked miserable. Su Chen's temper is really hard to figure out. Yes, yes, yes. Let's talk about reason. Pang Shaoxan said, trembling all over. Su Chen looked at Zi Yingying coldly. "Tell me, who gave you your soul-stealing incense?" Zi Yingying glanced at Pang Shaoxan, lowered her head, and dared not speak. Su Chen looked at Pang Shaoxan. "It seems that this is a product of your Jinglin Villa. You must have harmed many people with this thing. I want to know who made it for you." Pang Shaoxan said quickly, "I didn't know that this thing could harm people. I just gave it to Zi Yingying as a gift. Who knows how she would use it to harm people?" Zi Yingying shuddered. However, facing Pang Shaoxan's cold eyes, she still hurriedly said, "Yes. When Master Pang gave me the bracelet, he didn't say these things. I discovered it by accident." Su Chen smiled coldly. "Zi Yingying, are you loyal or afraid?" "I'm just stating the facts." Zi Yingying's eyes were red. Su Chen said lightly, "It's okay if you don't tell the truth. Someone will ask you to tell it." As he spoke, Su Chen directly dialed Pei Zhenchang's number. Soon, the call was connected. Pei Zhenchang's excited voice came over. "Mr. Su, is that you? Is it finally my turn?" "Ha ha ha. You don't know. I'm almost dying of greed from those two bastards, leading Guan and Kiheteo. Who did you kill? Do you want me to collect the bodies? Where are you?" "I'll be there soon." Su Chen was confused. Oh my god. His reputation of killing wherever he goes has been completely established. Su Chen shook his head. This is not good. He is so kind and so peaceful. How could he have such a bad reputation? Su Chen sighed and said, "Bring your people." Wang Hei Tower. There are two Xianshan realm powerhouses and a Zhuanjin master. Of course, there are also living people. You can take them back to help me interrogate them. Pei Zhenchang was overjoyed and agreed immediately. "Okay, Mr. Su, please wait. I'll be there soon." The phone was hung up. Pei Zhenchang ran out of the door and shouted loudly, "Brothers of the Shenhao group, quickly get your equipment ready and follow me to Wang Hei Tower." Shan Guang rushed out first and asked, "Team leader, what's wrong? Is there another big case?" Pei Zhenchang smiled and said, "It's not a big case. We are going to collect the body of Mr. Su. He has come to the provincial capital." Damn. Shan Guang was shocked. He quickly clasped his fists. "Team leader, congratulations in advance. I want to take credit like Team Leader Li and Team Leader Qi." Pei Zhenchang laughed so hard that he couldn't close his eyes. He. "Hurry up and tidy up your clothes. We have to leave a good impression on Mr. Su." Soon, a group of tiger catching guards rushed to Wang Hei Tower in a car. At this time, in Wang Hei Tower, Pang Shaoxan lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Su Chen. He didn't know who Su Chen called. It looked like he was calling the police. Pang Shaoxun was slightly relieved. If he called the police, the forces behind him could easily deal with it. However, when Pei Zhenchang and others arrived, Pang Shaoxun was stunned. Capturing the tiger guards. The 4th chapter was actually written. Good night, everyone. I'm going to bed too. Chapter 477. Do you think I have never seen money? Pang Shaoxun's face was extremely ugly. If Zi Yingying was arrested and taken to the police station, he was 90% sure that he would be able to get her out soon. Moreover, Pang Shaoxun was sure of one thing. Zi Yingying knew his strength and would definitely not speak nonsense, but would only wait patiently for rescue. However, if she was captured by the tiger catching guards, it was not certain whether Zi Yingying would be forced to say something. Pang Shaoxun stole a glance at Su Chen. He didn't understand why Su Chen actually knew someone from the tiger catching guards. However, something that shocked him even more happened again. Pei Zhenchang, the leader of the Shenhao group, came over hurriedly with a group of tiger catching guards. Click. A group of people walked in front of Su Chen and stopped instantly, like a military column. Pei Zhenchang held his head high and saluted Su Chen first. Then, he shouted in a loud voice, Dongsao Province, tiger catching guards, Shenhao group leader Pei Zhenchang, meets Consultant Su. Hello, Consultant Su. Then, the other members of the Shenhao team saluted and shouted, hello, Consultant Su. Su Chen looked annoyed. Pei Zhenchang was actually making such a mess. Pang Shaoxun, who was standing aside, was a little confused. Even the leader of the F***CKING Tiger Guard had to call Su Chen consultant. Could it be that this guy, who was younger than himself, was a senior consultant of the Tiger Guard? But, weren't only the chief, deputy chief and captain of the special operations team allowed to invite consultants of the Tiger Guard? In an instant, Pang Shaoxun broke out in a cold sweat. Jinglan Villa was indeed very powerful. However, it would not be a good thing if they were targeted by the Tiger Guard. Jinglan Villa had kept a low profile for so many years, and just when it was about to make some moves, it provoked the consultant of the Tiger Guard. Pang Shaoxun felt annoyed. Su Chen said to Pei Zhenchang and others, these two innate masters, I think they are called Huda and Hua, attacked me and have been killed by me. There is another Zuanjin master in the corner over there, his surname is Wu. Team leader Pei, you guys collect these 3 bodies first. Pei Zhenchang quickly agreed, okay. Then, he arranged 4 people to collect the bodies. When the tiger catching guards looked at Huda and Hua, who were as soft as a pool of meat paste, they couldn't help but shudder in their hearts. Mr. Su's move was really cruel. 2 Yuan key masters were directly disabled like this. Su Chen pointed at Zi Yingying and said, in addition, this woman used the soul-stealing incense to harm people. I don't know if she has committed a crime before. Take her to interrogate her. It's better to find out where she got the soul-stealing incense from, who made it, and what bad things she used it for. Zi Yingying trembled all over, tears streaming down her face. She looked at Yao Nana with pleading eyes. Humph. Yao Nana snorted coldly and ignored her at all. Zi Yingying quickly looked at Pang Shaoxun for help. Pang Shaoxun just glared at her fiercely. Zi Yingying quickly lowered her head. Seeing this, Su Chen said lightly, by the way, Jinglan Villa seems to be involved in this, and we can focus on investigating it. At this time, Pang Shaoxun's face changed drastically. He looked up, stared at Su Chen and said, Mr. Su, can't we discuss what happened today? Su Chen smiled. How do you want to discuss it? How about covering this matter and pretending it didn't happen? Pang Shaoxun said. Su Chen smiled and said, sure. Tell me the price you are willing to pay. Pang Shaoxun gritted his teeth and said, I can compensate Mr. Su, 300 million. 300 million? Su Chen curled his lips. Do you think I have never seen money? Pang Shaoxun's face was ugly. You tell me the number. Su Chen said lightly, 3 billion. Also, Zi Yingying still has to accept the punishment. In addition, hand over the person who made the soul-stealing incense. Pang Shaoxun was stunned. Su Chen's conditions were too harsh. I can agree to the first 2 conditions. Pang Shaoxun gritted his teeth. Zi Yingying was stunned. However, Pang Shaoxun didn't even look at her. Zi Yingying could only bow her head and sob. Pang Shaoxun continued, I can't agree to the 3rd condition. because the person who made this thing was a worshipper in our Jinglin Villa in the past. But he is no longer in our Jinglin Villa now. We don't know what it does. Su Chen didn't believe Pang Shaoxun's nonsense at all. He smiled coldly, then I don't care. Anyway, if you don't hand over that person, the Qinhui will investigate Jinglin Villa. Pang Shaoxun's face changed. He gritted his teeth and said, we will help you find it, but please give us some time. Now Pang Shaoxun had no choice but to use the tactic of procrastination. Su Chen said coldly, I will give you 2 days to send the money and the people to me. I believe you can find me. Pang Shaoxun lowered his head and said nothing. Su Chen knew that Pang Shaoxun had no decision-making ability. Finally, he must discuss it with the people behind him. Su Chen didn't care about these things. Captain Pei, are there any problems with these 3 people? Su Chen looked at Pei Zhenqiang. Pei Zhenqiang said excitedly, Mr. Su, yes. These Hu Dan and Hua, whose original names are Hu Xindao and Hu Dingli, are both on our wanted list. These 2 bastards murdered their master, raped their master's daughter, and finally robbed the master's property and ran away. They have been wanted by us for many years, but I didn't expect them to hide here under a false name. That Master Zhou Wanqiu has not been found yet. Su Chen nodded. This Jinglin Villa is originally a place where filth and dirt are hidden. People who are willing to work for them are likely to have a criminal record. Pei Zhenqiang said excitedly, Mr. Su, you are really amazing. As long as you make a move, you can get something. Su Chen smiled. I'm so kind and honest. Those who provoke me must be bad people. Pei Zhenqiang was stunned. Su Chen's words made him unable to respond. Admitting Su Chen's words, I always feel a little bit conscienceless. How cruel is this guy? How can he be called kind and honest? If he doesn't admit it, Su Chen really has never caused any trouble. He has never been wrong morally. Puff. Yao Nana couldn't help laughing at the side. Su Chen patted Pei Zhenqiang on the shoulder. Okay, I'll trouble you with the things here. I'll leave first. Pei Zhenqiang immediately stood at attention and saluted. Farewell, Consultant Su. The other tiger catching guards also quickly put down their work and stood at attention and saluted. Everyone shouted in unison, Farewell, Consultant Su. Seeing this, Su Chen's face was even more painful. Don't do these things in the future. As he said this, he dragged Yao Nana away. Pei Zhenqiang didn't bother to pay attention to Pang Shaoxun. He waved his hand. The tiger catching guards under him pulled up Zi Yingying, and then took the bodies of Hu Dan, Hua and Master Wu, and left directly. In an instant, only Pang Shaoxun and Kan Chengji were left at the scene. Pang Shaoxun leaned against the wall weakly, his face full of gloom. On the side, Kan Chengji asked cautiously, Master Pang, what should we do now? Bang. Pang Shaoxun slapped Kan Chengji in the face. Fuck you. Do I know what to do? You useless guy, you actually caused me such a big trouble. Now, I really want to kill you. Get out of here. If I see you in Wanhei Tower again, I will kill you. Kan Chengji was scared and ran away. He never thought that he was doing a good job, and it was gone just like that. Crap. Crap. Pang Shaoxun's face was gloomy. While cursing, he kicked over the tables and chairs next to him. Finally, he took out his mobile phone, dialed a number, and then shouted in a crying voice, Dad, come to Wanhei Tower. Something big has happened. Chapter 478 King Kingmu's defense is broken. Su Chen and Yao Nana walked out of Wanhei Tower together. Yao Nana said, Su Chen, thank you for saving me again. Su Chen smiled. What's there to thank me for? I came out with you. How could I watch you get into trouble? Yao Nana pouted. You saved me after all. How can I not say a word of thanks? It's just that I didn't expect that my best friend would hurt me. We haven't seen each other for more than a year, and she has become like this. Yao Nana was a little sad. Su Chen sighed. There are all kinds of people. Some gradually become bad, and some are always good. Just like you, you have always been kind and beautiful. Hearing Su Chen's compliment, Yao Nana's pretty face blushed. She looked at Su Chen in surprise and exclaimed exaggeratedly, Su Chen, you were praising me just now, weren't you? I didn't expect that you would praise a girl. Su Chen curled his lips. What are you talking about? When did I say that I wouldn't praise anyone? Yeo Nana rolled her eyes. I don't know who it is. He acts like an old man every day. Or he acts like a stone man, with a heart of stone. Su Chen was about to refute. At this moment, ding-ling-ling, a cell phone rang. Yeo Nana's cell phone rang. She looked down and said to Su Chen, "It's Grandpa's call." Su Chen nodded and motioned her to answer the phone. Yeo Nana picked up the phone. Soon, a surprised expression appeared on her face. "Okay, we'll go back right away," Yeo Nana said and hung up the phone. "What's wrong?" Su Chen asked. Yeo Nana hurriedly said, "It seems that there is news about the missing delivery man Liuzu gang." Su Chen nodded. "Let's go. Let's go find your grandpa." Not long after, Su Chen and Yeo Nana returned to the Yeo family. Yeo Zhenfeng is at home now. At the hospital, the Yeo family sent someone to serve Yeo Shan. Su Chen and Yeo Nana rushed directly into the hall. At this time, Yeo Zhenfeng was drinking tea with Liu Daoken. Seeing them coming back, he even asked the two to sit down. Yeo Nana asked anxiously, "Grandpa, you said that the delivery man was found. Where is he?" Yeo Zhenfeng sighed. Yeo Nana was startled. "Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Didn't you find him?" Yeo Zhenfeng said, "The person was found, but not completely found." Yeo Nana was confused. "Is the delivery man murdered?" Su Chen asked. Yeo Zhenfeng looked at Su Chen in surprise and nodded. "Yes. The people of the Tiger Guard found the body of Liuzu gang, that is, the delivery man. It's on the edge of the provincial capital, and it's almost out of the provincial capital. Now, Li Yan and others have sent people over to bring his body back." Yeo Nana changed color and said, "Is this murder to silence him?" Yeo Zhenfeng nodded. He sighed and said, "Now, the clue of Liuzu gang, the delivery man, has been cut off. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get anything else." "Not necessarily." Su Chen shook his head. Suddenly, the three people in the room looked at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled. "Dead people can also talk." The Yeo family's grandfather and grandson and Liu Daoken were all confused. Su Chen didn't explain too much. "Let's wait. When Liuzu gang's body is delivered, I may be able to find more clues." Yeo Nana and Yeo Zhenfeng were both confused. They couldn't figure out what Su Chen had done. Liu Daoken, on the other hand, had some guesses, and his eyes looked at Su Chen with a hint of surprise. At this time, everyone chatted for a while. Yeo Nana said again, "Grandpa, you don't know, Su Chen and I went out to eat today and almost got into trouble." Yeo Zhenfeng's face changed slightly, and he asked quickly, "What happened?" Then, Yeo Nana told what happened in Wanqiu Tower. Yeo Zhenfeng's face changed color instantly. This Jinglin villa is so arrogant that it doesn't even take our Yeo family seriously. However, it seems that this Jinglin villa does have something. A second generation kid can actually bring 2 Yuan Qi masters. This strength is indeed not weaker than our Yeo family. I have to ask someone to check it out. As he spoke, Yeo Zhenfeng made a phone call and asked the other party to check Jinglin villa. After a while, a piece of information was sent to Yeo Zhenfeng's mobile phone. The more Yeo Zhenfeng read, the more frightened he became. 5 minutes passed. Yeo Zhenfeng suddenly raised his head. "Wow. I didn't realize that this Jinglin villa actually has such a big force. Many inconspicuous industries have been taken over by this Jinglin villa without knowing it. Moreover, although there is no exact number of masters in Jinglin villa, it is no less than the 8 major families in the provincial capital." Speaking of this, Yeo Zhenfeng sighed. Alas, the 8 major families have been complacent for too long and still think they are superior. In fact, there are already many forces hiding beneath the surface. It was like this with the Dan group before, and it is also like this with the Jinglin villa now. Everyone nodded. Su Chen also smiled and said, "Before, I heard that, as long as one is a master of Yuan Qi, he can establish a sect in the provincial capital and become a force. Now it seems that the general innate realm powerhouses can at most be worshippers of the top forces. If you want to establish a sect and become a giant, you must at least be in the semi-god realm, or even become a land immortal." Yeo Zhenfeng smiled and said, "Zhou Chen, you don't have to be modest. With your martial arts skills and medical skills, it is entirely possible to establish a sect." Yeo Nana immediately raised her hand. "Su Chen, if you really want to do it, I will join your sect." "Forget it. You just want to make a fuss. Su Chen smiled. If you do this, old Yao will come to beat me. Yao Nana pouted and said, my joining your sect doesn't mean that I'm not a member of the Yao family. Master, you do it. I think it's feasible. Lu Daokan interrupted. He was excited. Master, you founded the sect. I will be your top disciple. Su Chen laughed. Forget it. You, the top disciple, just want to shut the sect up and not let anyone in, right? Especially Bian's Anson, right? Lu Daokan's old face turned red. Master, you still understand me? Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Su Chen laughed. Okay. I'll call Qin King Mui and thank her. After that, Su Chen walked to the balcony and called Qin King Mui. The call was connected quickly. Qin King Mui's cold voice came. What's wrong? Nothing. Just thank you for helping to find the takeaway man. Su Chen said. Qin King Mui said, it's just such a small matter. Is it worth calling? It affects my beauty sleep. Su Chen looked at the watch. What time is it? What kind of beauty sleep are you sleeping? The day before I treated your injury, it was more than 1 in the morning, and you didn't sleep well. Su Chen retorted. There was silence on the other side of the phone. Get lost. Click. Qin King Mui hung up the phone. Su Chen laughed. This woman is not that great. She was defeated so easily. Su Chen's face was full of smiles. However, someone on the other side was not so happy. Wang Heita. Pang Shaoxan had a respectful and fearful look on his face. In front of him was an old man with a dark face. This person was Pang Shaoxan's father, Pang Qian. Is this how the whole process happened? Pang Qian asked in a deep voice. Pang Shaoxan nodded repeatedly. Yes. Dad, that's it. That Su Chen is so arrogant. As soon as the words fell, bang, Pang Qian kicked Pang Shaoxan. Puff. Pang Shaoxan was kicked out directly. He struggled to get up and said in confusion, Dad, why did you hit me? Pang Qian said angrily, I'll beat you to death. You're just a jerk who only knows how to play with women. If you hadn't given the soul-stealing incense to Ziyingying, how could the tiger-catching guards have attracted their attention to us? Not only that, but you also caused us to lose soldiers and generals. You jerk. Pang Shaoxan lowered his head and dared not speak. Pang Qian's eyes were cold, and he murmured, since things have come to this point, we can only take one more step. Dad, what do you want to do? Pang Shaoxan asked hurriedly. Pang Qian said coldly, kill that Su Chen. The next update will be almost at 1 o'clock. Let's go to bed first. Good night. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, The Enemy I Have Never Met. Pang Shaoxan was startled. He hurriedly said, Dad, that kid is really strong. The 2 innate masters Hu Dan and Hua were killed by him without even a single move. Pang Qian said disdainfully, Hu Dan and Hua are only the weakest among the innate masters. Otherwise, how can you be qualified to control them? Pang Shaoxan suddenly realized. However, he still reminded, Dad, that kid was able to kill the 2 Hu brothers at once, proving that he is at least in the middle stage of the Xianshan realm, or even in the late stage. You must arrange a powerful master to defeat him. Pang Qian said proudly, don't worry. I have already notified the 3-eyed angry dragon, Jiao Zhenling. Pang Shaoxan's face was full of surprise. Master Jiao? Did Master Jiao agree to take action? Ha ha ha. This time, that kid will definitely die. Pang Qian said in a deep voice, that bastard, since he is hostile to our Jinglin villa, we can't keep him. Moreover, this kid keeps staring at the soul-stealing incense. Maybe he has discovered something. To prevent this kid from staring at us in the future, we must kill him now. Pang Shaoxan nodded. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Pang Shaoxan's face showed joy. It's Mr. Jiao Zhenling, the 3-eyed angry dragon. Here he is. He hurried forward to open the door. The door opened. An old man in a satin gown appeared in front of the father and son. The old man's eyes were frighteningly large, and when he stared, they were like copper bells. What was even more frightening was that there was a huge tumor between his eyebrows. It looked like a third eye. This person was the old man who rushed over and got furious after Su Chen stole the yin key from Mingyu Lake. The three-eyed angry dragon, Zhao Zhenling. But Su Chen didn't know that he had offended this old man once before. Even though he had seen Zhao Zhenling several times before, Pang Xiaoxin was a little scared when he saw the tumor on his forehead. Master Zhao. Hello. Pang Xiaoxin greeted respectfully. Unlike Hu Dan and Hua, Zhao Zhenling's martial arts cultivation is at the peak of the Xianshan realm. What's more amazing is that Zhao Zhenling has cultivated the Yin God, so he can kill people invisibly. Even some Yuan Qi masters will die in his hands if they are not prepared. For a long time, Jinglin Villa has killed many Yuan Qi masters with Zhao Zhenling. Therefore, Pang Xiaoxin treated him with great respect. However, Zhao Zhenling has been in a bad mood recently. He just hummed lightly and stepped into the room. Pang Xiaoxin didn't dare to say anything more. Although his father was a senior executive of Jinglin Villa, he was not the only one in power. This Zhao Zhenling didn't need to give him too much face. Who do you want to kill? Zhao Zhenling sat down directly after entering the door and asked with a dark face. Pang Qiuan didn't care. He had heard that Zhao Zhenling's things were stolen in the past 2 days, and he was in a very bad mood. He even killed several servants in Jinglin Villa. Pang Qiuan asked, Master Zhao, haven't you caught the thief who stole your things? When Zhao Zhenling heard this, he was immediately furious. Bang! He slapped the fine Hua Lei wooden table with one palm. Crack! The whole antique wooden table instantly turned into a pile of broken wood. Pang Qiuan raised his eyebrows and regretted it in his heart. I shouldn't have said too much. A good antique table was so ruined. But in front of Zhao Zhenling, he couldn't show it. Zhao Zhenling's face turned black, and he gritted his teeth and said, No, I'm just one step away from my yin spirit reaching the state of great perfection. I wanted to prepare more, but in the end, I was just 2 days away from having my yin key that I had accumulated for 10 years stolen. If I find that bastard, I will skin him alive. Zhao Zhenling's teeth were creaking. Even the Pang family father and son beside him could feel his anger. Pang Qiuan advised, Don't worry, old Zhao. I will send a large number of people to help you investigate this matter later. I will definitely help you find it. Zhao Zhenling glanced at Pang Qiuan and nodded. Regardless of whether what this guy said was true or false, this attitude was not bad. Okay, tell me, who are you going to kill this time? Zhao Zhenling asked. Pang Qiuan glanced at Pang Xiaoxin. Pang Xiaoxin quickly found a photo on his mobile phone, which was Su Chen. Old Zhao, that's the man. Our intelligence says he should be at the Yao family now. Zhao Zhenling curled his lips. Such a young guy, you still need me to do it. If I do it, it won't be cheap. Pang Qiuan said, Don't worry about your fee. But, old Zhao, you have to be careful. Although this guy's young, he killed Hu Dan and Hua with one move, which is very powerful. Zhao Zhenling said disdainfully, Hu Dan and Hua are just 2 wastes in the early stage of Xianshan. I can kill 10 of these early stage Xianshan without making any sound. Pang Qiuan laughed and said, with old Zhao's help, it will definitely be a success. When do you think you will do it? Prepare a private room for me, do it now. Zhao Zhenling said lightly, just prepare the money. Pang Qiuan quickly arranged and found a luxurious box for Zhao Zhenling. Moreover, he specially cleared that floor. Zhao Zhenling sat cross-legged. Go. A low shout. Then, a yin spirit that was difficult to see with the naked eye came out directly from his Nuwan palace. I'm going. Don't let anyone disturb me. After saying this, Zhao Zhenling closed his eyes. Because it was a long-distance attack, he had to concentrate all his energy. His yin spirit rushed towards the Yao family. At this time, Yao family. Su Chen finished calling King Mui and went back to the room. He chatted with Yao Leo and Yao Nana for a while. Seeing that the time was almost up, Su Chen said, Yao Leo, Lu Leo and I will go back to the hotel first. Wait until tomorrow, when Liu Zhu Gang's body is sent over. Let's go and take a look together. Seeing that Su Chen was about to leave, Yao Zhenfeng and Yao Nana immediately tried to keep him. Su Chen naturally refused. Yao Nana pouted and said, You are so annoying. It's not like I don't have room at home. I've already paid for the hotel. I won't refund it if I don't go. Su Chen smiled. Yao Nana rolled her eyes and said, I can give you the money back. Su Chen shook his head. It's different. Yao Nana was so angry that she stepped on him. Su Chen and Lu Daokan got in the car. Outside the car window, Yao Zhenfeng and Yao Nana waved. The car was about to start. A gust of cold wind blew. Su Chen, who was still waving goodbye, changed his face. He hurriedly whispered, Old Lu, don't drive yet, don't disturb me. Lu Daokan was startled. After saying that, Su Chen closed his eyes directly. On the side, old Yao and Yao Nana's faces were immediately full of confusion. Lu Daokan quickly put his hand to his mouth and hushed to the two. The grandfather and grandson of the Yao family also knew that Su Chen might have encountered something, so they didn't dare to disturb him. Su Chen closed his eyes. The yin spirit came out of the Niwen palace at the first time. He had already felt that someone's yin spirit was attacking him. This feeling he had experienced once when he was in Yicheng. Taoist Yu Shan, a subordinate of Long Heian, once used his yin spirit to kill Su Chen, but was killed by Su Chen. However, the yin spirit of the person who attacked this time was even stronger. Just based on the aura, Su Chen could tell that this person's yin spirit was much stronger than Yu Shan's. Of course, it could also be because the distance of this person's body was much closer than Yu Shan's at the beginning. Soon, a yin spirit that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye appeared in Su Chen's sight. What an ugly guy. Looking at Zhao Zhenling, who had a tumor on his forehead, Su Chen secretly complained. But Zhao Zhenling did not notice Su Chen's yin spirit hidden on the side. He sneered, Boy, I will let you die in the car. Go to hell. Zhao Zhenling's yin spirit rushed straight to Su Chen in the car and attacked his Niwen palace. However, Zhao Zhenling's yin spirit just arrived above the car. A spiritual spear suddenly pierced out. Puff. This time, it hit Zhao Zhenling's yin spirit in the chest. Ah. A violent roar suddenly erupted from Zhao Zhenling's yin spirit's mouth. The terrifying spiritual power began to dissipate. Zhao Zhenling's yin spirit's face changed drastically in an instant. Who? He roared and looked around. Su Chen's yin spirit suddenly jumped out. Another spiritual spear was raised in his hand and stabbed at Zhao Zhenling like lightning. Zhao Zhenling couldn't dodge in time. Puff. Ah. Zhao Zhenling's yin spirit screamed in pain. Two spiritual spears directly injured him severely. Escape. Zhao Zhenling was now panicking, with only this one thought in his mind. Escape. Otherwise, he might lose his life. The third update. I'll try the fourth update. Don't wait, everyone. Chapter 480 exploded into loneliness. Zhao Zhenling's Yin Shen screamed in pain, resounding through the night sky. However, no one could hear it except Su Chen. Yao Zhenfeng and the other two heard some movement vaguely, but they were not sure. The three looked at Su Chen with a worried look on their faces. They didn't know that Su Chen was experiencing a big battle at this time. Moreover, he had an absolute advantage in the battle. In the night sky, Zhao Zhenling's Yin Shen screamed in pain. He looked at Su Chen's Yin Shen, who suddenly appeared in front of him with a vicious look on his face. Asshole, you actually cultivated the Yin Shen too? Zhao Zhenling was shocked and angry. The two useless people of the Pang family, father and son, did not even investigate the true strength of their opponents. Su Chen smiled coldly. The Yin Shen is not something that defies the heavens. Why can't I have it? As he spoke, Su Chen held the spear of spirit in his hand and thrust it hard. Puff. Ah. Zhao Zhenling quickly retreated. Countless spiritual powers kept flowing out from the wound on his chest. Ah. Zhao Zhenling was scared. Su Chen in front of him not only had a yin spirit, but also had basically perfected the yin spirit. Although he didn't understand why Su Chen could achieve this at such a young age, he knew one thing: if he didn't run away, he would probably die. Go. Zhao Zhenling turned around and ran. However, Su Chen's movements were faster. In a flash, he was already behind Zhao Zhenling. He stretched out his big hand, and a spiritual spear condensed again. Su Chen's yin spirit held the spiritual spear and stabbed at Zhao Zhenling's yin spirit's head. Feeling the sharp attack behind his head, Zhao Zhenling didn't dare to run anymore. He turned around in a hurry, waving his hands continuously, and the spiritual power formed a spiritual net to block the spear. Swish. A tearing sound rang out. Gyro Zenling's defense was completely ineffective. He gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand, grabbed the tip of the spear, and tried his best to block the advancement of the spiritual spear. However, Su Chen's yin spirit was already perfect, much stronger than Gyro Zenling. What's more, Gyro Zenling had been seriously injured by Su Chen. He struggled to hold on, but could only watch as the spear in Su Chen's Yin Shen's hand got closer and closer to him. Gyro Zenling gritted his teeth. Asshole, why is your Yin Shen so solid? He practiced hard for decades to cultivate his Yin Shen to the current half-step perfection. And Su Chen, who is so young, has a more solid Yin Shen than him. The cultivation of Yin Shen is the proudest thing in his life, but now Su Chen has surpassed him. Even if he dies, he wants to figure this out. Su Chen smiled coldly. Originally, my Yin Shen is weaker than yours. But I'm lucky. A few days ago, I just absorbed a lot of yin power in Mingyu Lake, which made my Yin Shen perfect. If you had come a few days earlier, maybe you could have escaped. Hearing this, Gyro Zenling, who was struggling to resist Su Chen's spiritual spear, was stunned for a moment. The next moment, his eyes were filled with hatred. Son of a bitch. The thief who stole my yin ki turned out to be you? Su Chen was stunned. It turned out that the yin gathering formation was actually created by the old man in front of him. The two of them were enemies who had never met. Old man, how many people have died because of your formation? You died in my hands. It's also retribution. Su Chen shouted angrily. Gyro Zenling stared at Su Chen, his eyes full of hatred. People like ants, are they worth my trouble? It's their bad luck. They deserve to die. Su Chen's eyes turned cold. He shouted coldly, then you can die too. As soon as the voice fell, Su Chen's Yin Shen exerted force with both hands at the same time. The power of the spirit burst out instantly. Gyro Zenling, who was already seriously injured, could no longer resist. Puff! The spear of the spirit pierced directly into his forehead. Bang! Gyro Zenling's forehead was pierced instantly. In an instant, Gyro Zenling's terrifying mental power instantly lost control and dissipated. Even his Yin Shen was rapidly weakened. Gyro Zenling's Yin Shen dissipated wildly, and he screamed in despair. Asshole, don't even think about living. As soon as the voice fell, Gyro Zenling's Yin spirit rushed towards Su Chen with all his strength, and his body was like a balloon, getting bigger and bigger. Su Chen's face changed. This old bastard was actually going to blow up his Yin spirit and kill himself. Ha ha ha. Let's die together. Gyro Zenling's Yin spirit was like crazy, blowing up towards Su Chen. However, Su Chen said with a sneer on his face, you think too much. The next second, Su Chen's Yin spirit changed its appearance instantly. The human form disappeared, and a Yaodao mountain appeared out of thin air. Gyro Zenling was shocked, but he still said crazily, asshole, no matter what you are, you will die. Bang! Gyro Zenling's Yin spirit exploded. The huge mental power exploded instantly. It rushed towards the surroundings. And Su Chen was the first to bear the brunt. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Waves of mental power rushed towards Su Chen's Yaodao mountain. However, Yaodao mountain shook violently, but did not move at all. Until the end, all the fluctuations dissipated. Gyro Zenling was left with only a faint invisible spiritual shadow. And the Yaodao mountain turned into Su Chen's appearance again. No. Impossible. Gyro Zenling's last trace of Yin Shen shadow was completely desperate when he saw this scene. He had hoped to kill Su Chen in one go. Even if he couldn't kill him, he would be seriously injured. But the final result was that Su Chen was unharmed. Even Lu Daokan and the Yao family's grandfather and grandson, 3 ordinary people, were blocked by Su Chen's Yaodao mountain Yin Shen behind them. Gyro Zenling's self-explosion can be said to be a lonely explosion. Gyro Zenling was extremely unwilling. If I absorbed the yin ki of Mingyu Lake, you would definitely die today. My yin ki. Gyro Zenling's Yin Shen shadow roared in despair. Finally, snap. Completely shattered. Dissipated in the night sky. Below. In Lu Daokan's car. Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Jinglin Villa. Wanghei Tower. Revenge comes really fast. Since they have made a move, it is time for me to fight back. On the side, Yao Zhenfeng saw Su Chen open his eyes and hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Zhou Chen, what happened to you just now? Su Chen said in a deep voice, did you hear any movement? Yao Zhenfeng shook his head, no. Lu Daoken said, it seems that I heard someone screaming in pain, and it seems that someone shouted Yanqi or something. I seem to hear it too. Yao Nana also said hurriedly. Su Chen said in a deep voice, that's right. Just now, someone sent a yin god to attack and kill me, and I fought with him. What? The three were shocked. Su Chen was just sitting in the car. Where did he fight? Su Chen said, the battle of yin god is like this. Ordinary people can't see it with their eyes. Only mental power can feel it. Yao Zhenfeng is old, and his body and spirit are not as good as Lu Daoken. Therefore, among the three of them, Lu Daoken and Yao Nana heard something vaguely, but Yao Zhenfeng heard nothing. The three were surprised to hear this statement. Yao Zhenfeng asked, which force sent this person? A cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. I feel that the real body of the yin god is at Wanqiu Tower. It seems that it was Jinglin Villa who took action. Yao Nana immediately said, let's go. Su Chen, let's go to Wanqiu Tower and cause trouble for them. Yao Zhenfeng hurriedly said, Nana, don't make trouble. If you go, won't it cause trouble for Zhou Chen? It's okay. Su Chen will protect me. Yao Nana said confidently. Su Chen smiled. You have confidence in me. Yao Nana smiled and said, that's right. Besides, I can drive you there so that you don't know the road. It's too embarrassing to not be able to find the way to take revenge. Yao Nana really wanted to watch the fun. Su Chen nodded and said, okay, let's go now. Seeing Su Chen agreed, Yao Nana was immediately very happy. Seeing this, Yao Zhenfeng no longer stopped him, but just told the two to be careful. Soon, Su Chen sat in Yao Nana's car and set off from Yao's house. At this moment, in Wanqiu Tower, Pang Xiaoxin and his father Pang Qiuan were waiting outside Zhao Zhenling's room. Zhao Zhenling had been taking action for a while, and both of them were quite anxious. Pang Xiaoxin asked, why is it so slow this time? I remember that when Master Zhao took action before, he succeeded quickly. Will he be in trouble? Pang Qiuan said in a deep voice, don't talk nonsense. Master Zhao is good at killing people with Yin Shen. Some land immortals don't have Yin Shen. Even if Master Zhao didn't kill that kid, he can return quickly. Besides, it's a piece of cake for Master Zhao to kill such a young man. I guess he was on the way and was delayed by something. Pang Xiaoxin nodded. In the end, he didn't believe that Su Chen could do anything to Zhao Zhenling. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew. Puff. There was a sound of objects falling in the room. Pang's father and son were shocked, and they pushed the door open and entered the room. In the room, Zhao Zhenling's body had fallen heavily to the ground. Bright blood kept flowing out of his 7 orifices. Pang Qiuan and his son both changed color. Master Zhao. Chapter 4. Finally made it out. Good night, everyone. Chapter 481 9 Extreme Powers. Pang Xiaoxin and Pang Qiuan were both shocked. In the past, Zhao Zhenling had never been like this when he went out on a mission. The two rushed over and quickly helped Zhao Zhenling up. Master Zhao, what's wrong with you? Did you kill Su Chen? The father and son asked anxiously. However, at this moment, Zhao Zhenling was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his eyes were dim. My Yanqi. My Yanqi. After shouting these 2 sentences, Zhao Zhenling's head tilted, and there was no sound anymore. The Pang father and son were stunned. Dad, Master Zhao is dead. He was killed by that Su Chen. What kind of cultivation is that Su Chen? Pang Xiaoxin swallowed hard. His body couldn't help but tremble. Dad, do you think that Su Chen will guess that we asked Master Zhao to take action? Will he come to us? Pang Xiaoxin asked again. In an instant, Pang Qiuan's body also trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, no. We have to prepare a retreat quickly. No matter whether Su Chen can find us or not, we must be prepared for any eventuality. Pang Xiaoxin asked nervously, Dad, what should we do? Pang Qiuan said, go and invite Master Wu. If that Su Chen comes, we can try to negotiate first. If this kid doesn't let go, we will tear our faces off with him and let Master Wu kill him. Pang Xiaoxin nodded. Yeah. In a head-on fight, no Master Yuan Qi will be a match for Master Wu. Then, Pang Yuan walked aside and took out his cell phone to make a call. Pang Xiaoxin stood aside, scared to death. He wanted to tell his father that he would hide away, but he couldn't say it. After all, he was the one who caused this. On the other side, Su Chen took Yao Nana's car and soon arrived at Wanhei Tower. The two parked the car and walked directly upstairs. Su Chen could clearly sense that after Zhao Zhenling's yin spirit dissipated, some of the residual spirit returned here. The two ignored the waiter and went upstairs directly. Soon, they reached the top floor. At this moment, Pang Xiaoxin and Pang Yuan were waiting at the stairs with bitter faces. The waiter wanted to come up to stop them. Pang Xiaoxin waved his hand, and the waiter left quickly. Seeing Su Chen's figure, the Pang father and son showed a trace of tension on their faces. I don't know what you want to do when you come back again, Mr. Su? Pang Xiaoxin asked. Su Chen looked at him coldly, ignored him, and turned to look at Pang Yuan on the side. You are his father, right? Su Chen asked. Pang Yuan nodded. Hello, Mr. Su, my name is Pang Yuan. Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth. It seems that the innate realm powerhouse who cultivated the yin spirit is your arrangement. Mr. Su, what innate realm powerhouse? Pang Yuan looked sincere. Su Chen smiled coldly. I forgot to tell you, I followed the remnants of his yin spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out with a palm. Boom. Not far away, a box door exploded instantly. Zhao Zhenling's body still fell to the ground. Su Chen said coldly, others risked their lives for you and your son, and you didn't even help to collect his body. Isn't it a bit too much? In an instant, the faces of the Pang father and son were extremely ugly. They were too hurried just now, and didn't have time to collect Zhao Zhenling's body at all. It was indeed a bit embarrassing to be exposed by Su Chen on the spot. Pang Yuan stared at Su Chen, then bowed deeply. Mr. Su, I apologize to you. This matter was indeed arranged by me. Now, I apologize to you. I agree to the 3 billion you asked for. Su Chen smiled coldly. It was 3 billion before. After you sent someone to attack me, you still want to settle for 3 billion? Do you think I'm a very easy person to talk to? Pang Yuan's face was ugly. However, he still managed to smile and said, Mr. Su, what price do you want? Su Chen smiled lightly. Simple. Double it. 6 billion. What? Pang Yuan's eyes widened. Su Chen's mouth was really asking for too much. Mr. Su, as the saying goes, be merciful when you can. 6 billion. It's really too much. Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth. I only remember a saying, if you don't kill the snake, you will hurt yourself. If you think 6 billion is too much, then use your 2 lives to pay. Pang Yuan and Pang Xiaoxin's faces froze. Mr. Su, is there really no room for negotiation? Pang Yuan stared at Su Chen. Su Chen said coldly, no. Pang Yuan lowered his eyebrows. Mr. Su, don't blame me then. Then, Pang Yuan shouted loudly, Master Wu, please come out for a moment. Boom. There was a loud noise. The door of the box next to him exploded. A tall and burly figure rushed out. This man looked to be around 50 or 60 years old, extremely sturdy and strong. Boy, you are very arrogant. Wu Kuangsha sneered. Su Chen looked at Pang Yuan and said, it seems that from the beginning, you didn't want to talk to me properly. Pang Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, boy, I wanted to give you a chance, but you insisted on forcing me. Then my response to you is a dead end. Su Chen said coldly, I think you will not give up until the Yellow River. Then I will let you know that all your resistance is useless. Pang Yuan shouted loudly, Master Wu, do it. Wu Kuangsha curled his lips. The next second, he rushed straight towards Su Chen. Boom. 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 The huge footsteps seemed to shake the building. Yaonana immediately reminded loudly, Su Chen, be careful. Su Chen smiled, don't worry. The person who should be careful is him. Suddenly, Wu Kuangsha's face was furious. Boy, you are looking for death. He raised a fist and hit Su Chen hard. In an instant, the terrifying vitality fluctuated wildly, bringing a violent strong wind and smashing towards Su Chen. What a strong force. Su Chen was shocked, and he used the golden evil palm on his hand to meet it directly. Boom. The violent vitality collided with each other. An invisible energy spread in all directions. All the tables, chairs, and benches were pushed around in an instant. Even Pang's father and son and Yao Nana had to retreat continuously. On the battlefield, Chen and Wu Kuangsha shook at the same time. Su Chen was slightly shocked. His accumulation of vitality was far beyond that of ordinary vitality masters. But Wu Kuangsha was not weaker than him at all. And Wu Kuangsha was no less shocked than Su Chen. Because of the special skills, few people have been able to compete with him in a head-on confrontation. But at this moment, Su Chen was on par with him. Although Wu Kuangsha did not use all his strength, he was already shocked that Su Chen could do this. Good boy. A warrior like you deserves to die in my hands. Wu Kuangsha laughed. Su Chen smiled faintly. I don't know where you get your confidence from. Wu Kuangsha's face changed. You are looking for death. 9 extremes. He shouted coldly. The vitality in Wu Kuangsha's body suddenly vibrated and circulated in a strange way. Go to hell. He shouted and ran towards Su Chen. A punch was thrown. Su Chen only felt the strong wind blowing in his face. This powerful force seemed to have exceeded the limit of the late Xiantian realm. Su Chen used all his strength to circulate his vitality and directly attacked Wu Kuangsha. Bang! The two fists collided. Hiss! Su Chen's feet slid 5 or 6 meters on the ground before stopping. On the ground, there was a clearly visible mark. Su Chen looked up at Wu Kuangsha. But the man just took a step back. What a strong force. This man's skill is very unusual. It seems that his strength can burst out several times in an instant. Su Chen's face was full of surprise. Wu Kuangsha was also shocked. His punch was 3 to 5 times more powerful than the peak of the Xiantian realm. However, Su Chen was just beaten back without any injury. Boy, I want to see how many punches you can withstand. Wu Kuangsha shouted and stepped forward again. But Su Chen was not afraid at all and went forward. Now, he was very interested in Wu Kuangsha's skills. He directly used the golden evil palm to deal with Wu Kuangsha's attack. However, it did not have any effect. Even though Su Chen had already practiced the golden evil palm to perfection, this skill alone could not resist Wu Kuangsha's huge strength. Su Chen immediately changed his skills. 7 injury fist. The next second, 7 different forces, accompanied by each attack, invaded Wu Kuangsha's body. However, Wu Kuangsha's strength was too violent. The force that could have seriously injured an ordinary innate realm warrior was directly dissolved by him. Wu Kuangsha laughed loudly and said, boy, this boxing is good, and it can even hurt people with hidden force. This should be your special move, right? Unfortunately, this thing has no effect on me. Ha ha ha. My Jiujin can directly disperse all your special hidden force. Even if some hidden force is transmitted to me, it will not hurt me. Because my body has also been strengthened by my Jiujin. So, just accept your fate. Haha. On the side, Pang Qiuan and Pang Shaoxan were overjoyed when they heard this. Sure enough, no Yuan-Ki master of the same level can defeat Wu Kuangsha in a head-on confrontation. Su Chen is dead now. Yao Nana was worried. On the battlefield, Su Chen smiled coldly and said, I'm just trying it. You don't think I only know these 2 moves, do you? Your force is strengthened, your body is strengthened, but I don't believe that your mental power is also strengthened. Why don't you try my punch again? The voice fell. Su Chen punched hard. The surging and violent mental power rushed out from the Niwen Palace. Divine Wolfist. Wu Kuangsha was shocked. In an instant, in his sight, everything in the world disappeared instantly. Between heaven and earth, there was only Su Chen's punch. This punch hit hard, like a fist. It was like a mountain falling down. The sky and the earth collapsed. The huge peak pressed down. Wu Kuangsha's face changed drastically. He only felt that his head suddenly hurt, burned, and exploded. Wu Kuangsha wanted to break free, but he was completely powerless. As Su Chen said, he strengthened his strengthened body, but he had a huge shortcoming in the cultivation of mental power. Wu Kuangsha's eyes were confused. Before he could react, Su Chen had already punched hard and hit Wu Kuangsha's forehead. Bang! A loud noise. Wu Kuangsha only felt that the world in front of him collapsed instantly. Everything fell into darkness. And in the eyes of Pang's father and son and Yao Nana. But he saw, Wu Kuangsha was stunned by Su Chen's punch. He was horrified at first, then he held his head and screamed in pain. Finally, he was hit hard on the forehead by this punch. The next second, Wu Guangxi's eyebrows exploded. He was killed by one punch. Boom. Wu Guangxi's tall figure fell to the ground. No sound. Chapter 482. I will get him back. Boom. The huge body fell to the ground fiercely, but it seemed to hit the hearts of Pang's father and son. The joy on their faces froze instantly. They couldn't understand why Wu Guangxi, who had just gained the upper hand, was killed by Su Chen in an instant. However, there was no time for the two to think about the reason. What they had to consider at this moment was how to survive under Su Chen. Su Chen looked at them coldly. Suddenly, the two shuddered together. Bang! The father and son knelt on the ground at the same time. Su Chen sneered. They are really father and son, and their tacit understanding is quite high. At this time, Su Chen had no time to pay attention to the two. He walked quickly to Wu Guangxi and touched him a few times. Soon, Su Chen touched a book from him. 9 Extreme Strength. After simply flipping through the book, Su Chen's face was immediately full of smiles. It was this secret book. Just now, Wu Guangxi used this secret method. It can make his vitality get a terrifying increase. Essentially, the vitality of Wu Guangxi is about the same as that of an ordinary peak Xianshan realm. However, he used the 9 extremes to raise his strength to above the semi-god realm. The heaven-defying nature of this technique is obvious. Su Chen just glanced at it and found that this technique can even increase strength by 9 times. After practicing it to the end, Su Chen's vitality is already stronger than many ordinary Xianshan realm masters. If it is increased by 9 times, it can almost fight against the masters of the god realm. On the side, Pang Xiaoxin and Pang Qiuan saw Su Chen's actions and immediately understood what he was doing. A trace of envy flashed in their eyes. Wu Guangxi's technique has many people in Jinglin Villa jealous. Now, it has benefited Su Chen. Su Chen put away the 9 extremes. Then, he turned around and looked at the Pang father and son. The two of them immediately bowed their heads and kowtowed to Su Chen continuously. Mr. Su, spare me, we agree to your terms. We are willing to pay you 6 billion as compensation. Pang Qiuan begged. Su Chen sneered. You are really cheap. At the beginning, I only wanted 3 billion, and you sent Zhao Zhenling to deal with me. Zhao Zhenling was killed by me, so I raised the price to 6 billion. As a result, you didn't learn your lesson, and found this Wu to deal with me again. It seems that you want to raise the price on your own initiative, right? Pang Qiuan looked grim. He really wanted to yell, I didn't know you were so powerful. But at this moment, he didn't dare to say anything. 10 billion. Su Chen said directly. Pang Qiuan was shocked. Mr. Su, I really don't have such a large sum of money. Pang Xiaoxin also echoed. This is too much money. My family doesn't have this much money. Su Chen glanced at the two of them coldly. If you don't have this money, go borrow it. Go get a loan. Anyway, I don't owe any debts here. If you really don't want to give me so much money, there is a way to solve it. Pang Qiuan asked hurriedly. What is the way? Su Chen smiled coldly. The two of you are worth 5 billion each. No matter who kills whom, if you kill one, I will reduce 5 billion for you. If the two of you commit suicide together, you don't have to give me 10 billion. After saying this, the faces of the Pang family father and son changed. Especially Pang Xiaoxin. He looked at Pang Qiuan with a worried look. He was very worried that his father would kill himself for 5 billion. Because no matter how Pang Xiaoxin estimated, he was not worth 5 billion. Finally, Pang Qiuan gritted his teeth and said, okay, 10 billion, I'll give it to you. But this amount of money is too much. I need time to get the money together. Su Chen said, I'll give you 2 days. If you exceed 2 days, you will bear the consequences. Okay. Pang Qiuan looked painful. On the side, Yao Nana looked shocked. Su Chen's speed of making money is too fast. Even if it is my own family, I don't know how long it will take to save 10 billion. Su Chen made 10 billion too easily. From the time the two of them came to Wang Heilao for dinner to now, it has been less than half a day in total. As a result, Su Chen has earned 10 billion. No wonder Grandpa said that for people like Su Chen, money and wealth are things that are easily available. At this time, Su Chen suddenly looked at Yao Nana and said, my friend, Come with me on this trip. Don't you also have to give some errand fees? Yeo Nana was shocked. There is still her own business. Pang Yuan's face became even uglier. He asked in a difficult tone, Mr. Su, how do you think you should give it? Su Chen said, I think your Wanhei Tower is pretty good. Pang Yuan's face changed drastically. Mr. Su, our Wanhei Tower is worth more than 1 billion. You don't agree with the settlement plan I proposed, right? Su Chen stared at Pang Yuan coldly. His face turned cold and said, okay, then we won't settle. Pang Yuan wanted to cry, but had no tears, and waved his hands repeatedly. No. It's not that he doesn't want to reconcile, he just doesn't want to build another Wanhei Tower in it. But seeing Su Chen's attitude, he could only grit his teeth and say, Mr. Su, I agree. This Wanhei Tower will be given to Miss Yeo. We can sign the contract in a while. Su Chen nodded and said, this attitude is the attitude to solve the problem. Yeo Nana was confused. Before she could react, the Wanhei Tower had become her own property. Okay. Go get the contract first. Su Chen arranged directly. Pang Yuan went to get the transfer contract with a sad face. Su Chen walked towards Zhao Zhenling's body and searched around. He hoped to find something good from Zhao Zhenling, just like Wu Kuangsha. However, the final result disappointed Su Chen. Zhao Zhenling had only a few bank cards and some ordinary elixirs. Su Chen could accept this. After all, the probability of encountering a secret book like 9 extreme power is too small. Most people don't necessarily keep the secret book close to them. Su Chen took out his mobile phone and called Pei Zhenchang. Soon, the call was connected. Pei Zhenchang's voice was still excited. Mr. Su, where did you kill again? Su Chen was speechless. But Pei Zhenchang was right. Come to Wanhei Tower again. There are 2 Xianshan masters here, and I killed them. One is Zhao Zhenling, and the other is Wu Kuangsha. As Su Chen finished speaking, Pei Zhenchang screamed, what? Zhao Zhenling, Wu Kuangsha? Mr. Su, are you sure? One of these 2 people turned to spiritual power cultivation, and is said to have cultivated a yin god, while the other has a special secret method, and his strength is stronger than that of a demigod. Su Chen nodded. These are the 2 people. Do they have any cases? Pei Zhenchang's face was full of shock. Yes. They all have criminal records. Otherwise I wouldn't be so familiar with them. These 2 guys are at the top of our wanted list. Mr. Su, wait for me. I'll bring people there right away. The 2 hung up the phone. Pei Zhenchang was still shocked and a little hard to digest. Su Chen's strength was really amazing. However, he soon laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. It hasn't been long since Mr. Su killed 2 more Yuan-Ki masters. It seems that the day for me, Pei Zhenchang, to drink soup has really come. Young men, come with me to Wanhei Tower. Mr. Su has made another contribution. The Shenhao group of the tiger catching guards was in turmoil again. Wanhei Tower. After Su Chen finished calling Pei Zhenchang, he stared at Pang Yuan to transfer Wanhei Tower to Yeo Nana. When Su Chen asked Yeo Nana to sign, she was still confused. This Wanhei Tower is too valuable. You should keep it for yourself. Yeo Nana shook her head repeatedly. Su Chen smiled. Back then, when we were in Bincheng, you said that I was generous in giving things to others. Why is it that now, when I give you something, you are still refusing? Yeo Nana blushed. Back then, she drove Su Chen to Bincheng. When Su Chen gave Lao Zhenjiang's property to Liu, and also gave a lot of property to He Lili and Zaoza, Yeo Nana complained that Su Chen was generous to women. Now that Su Chen was giving her something directly, she felt embarrassed to accept it. Su Chen pushed her forward and said, sign quickly. If you don't sign, Mr. Pang will be even more reluctant to let you go. Pang Yuan's face darkened. Bastard, you are just flirting. Don't use my Wanhei Tower as a bargaining chip. He cursed in his heart, but could only smile. Yeo Nana couldn't resist, and had to sign. A Wanhei Tower became Yeo Nana's property. Soon, Pei Zhenchang and others arrived here. This time, the members of the Shenhao group did not salute and cheer for Su Chen. However, their eyes were full of respect. They all knew how powerful Zhao Zhenling and Wu Kuangsha were. It can be said that except for the chief guard, the deputy chief guard and Qin King Mui of the Qinhu guard, no one was their opponent. But the 2 of them died in Su Chen's hands on the same day. After Pei Zhenchang and others examined the bodies, they were even more impressed. Pei Zhenchang collected the bodies, said hello to Su Chen, and left quickly. Su Chen said to the Pang family father and son, remember my 10 billion. I'll give you 2 days. Don't let me find you. After that, Su Chen took Yao Nana away. After Su Chen left, Pang Xiaoxin and Pang Qiuan sat on the ground helplessly. More than 10 billion. Even if they were exchanged into 100 yuan bills to burn the stove, it might take half a day to burn it all. Pang Qiuan's family business of half a lifetime disappeared in half a day. At this moment, Pang Qiuan didn't even have the mood to beat or scold Pang Xiaoxin. Dad. Pang Xiaoxin's face was full of tears. Pang Qiuan waved his hands and said numbly, don't say it. We can save our lives. As for the 10 billion, I will find a chance to let Su Chen return it. He raised his head, his eyes were cold. The next chapter will be around 1 o'clock. Let's go to bed first. Good night. Chapter 483. The fish will die, but the net will not break. Su Chen and Yao Nana walked out of Wanqiu Tower. Yao Nana breathed a sigh of relief. Everything that happened just now made her heart hang. Fortunately, the final result was good. Yao Nana turned her head and looked at the brightly lit Wanqiu Tower. Thinking that this high-end restaurant already belonged to her, she still felt a little unreal. She did nothing, but ended up with a restaurant worth over 10 billion. This made her feel like she was dreaming. Su Chen, did you really give me this Wanqiu Tower? Yao Nana asked. Su Chen smiled. You have signed it. Just bring the staff here in 2 days to receive it. It has come to this point. Is it still false? Yao Nana looked puzzled. Then why did you give me this Wanqiu Tower? Su Chen said, why? Didn't you say that you like the food here? Yao Nana was speechless. Good guy. Just because I love the food here, Su Chen gave me this Wanqiu Tower. How can this plot be so domineering? Yao Nana's pretty face turned red. Then, she deliberately held her chin with her hand and stared at Su Chen intently. Su Chen was confused by her look. He said uncomfortably, what are you doing again? Yao Nana's eyes were full of colors. Nothing. I just felt that you looked like a domineering president just now. I like it so much. Seeing Yao Nana deliberately acting like a spoiled child, Su Chen felt uncomfortable all over. Go away. Su Chen looked disgusted and quickly dodged her steps. Yao Nana laughed. Su Chen, you are such a pure little man. Su Chen was teased like this and felt very upset. You are sick. Get in the car quickly and go back. Leaving a word, Su Chen hurriedly walked towards the parking space. Yao Nana laughed. It seems that teasing Su Chen is very fun. Soon, the two returned to the Yao family. At this time, Yao Zhenfeng and Lu Daokan were waiting anxiously. Although, both of them had confidence in Su Chen. But the sudden appearance of Jinglin Villa still made Yao Zhenfeng a little nervous. Especially after Yao Zhenfeng investigated Jinglin Villa, he was even more vigilant about this long lurking force. Fortunately, the sound of Yao Nana's car sounded in the front yard. Seeing Su Chen and Yao Nana returning healthy, the two old men finally felt relieved. Yao Zhenfeng hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Nana, how is it? Have you solved it? Yao Nana smiled and said, with me and Su Chen, how can it not be solved? Right, Su Chen? Her tone was as if she had solved it. Su Chen nodded helplessly and smiled. Yes. Once Princess Yao makes a move, everyone in Wanqiu Tower will bow down. Yao Nana was smiling. Bang. Yao Zhenfeng's head banged directly on Yao Nana's head. What nonsense are you talking about? Tell me the truth. Yao Nana grimaced in pain. She said with a sad face, okay, Grandpa, I'll tell you that Wanqiu Tower is mine. Yao Zhenfeng became even angrier when he heard this. He raised his hand and was about to hit Yao Nana on the head again. Yao Nana ran away quickly and hid behind Su Chen and said, Grandpa, why are you hitting me again? Yao Zhenfeng blew his beard and glared. I asked you a question properly, but you insisted on talking nonsense to me. Who else should I hit if not you? Yao Nana looked unconvinced. She took out the transfer contract of Wanqiu Tower and threw it on the table. I didn't lie. Take a look for yourself. Yao Zhenfeng was stunned, then quickly picked up the contract and carefully checked it from top to bottom. Finally, Yao Zhenfeng was stunned. Why would they give this Wanqiu Tower to you? Yao Zhenfeng looked confused. Yao Nana looked very proud. Su Chen saw that I had to drive him there, and it was very hard, so he asked them to give Wanqiu Tower to me. Nonsense. Yao Zhenfeng glared. Even if it is compensation, it should be given to Su Chen. Yao Nana hurriedly said. Su Chen is even more ruthless. He directly took 10 billion from them. 10 billion? Yao Zhenfeng and Lu Daokan stared with wide eyes. Then, Yao Nana danced and gestured about what happened to the two of them in Wanqiu Tower. Yao Zhenfeng was shocked after listening. Su Chen, did you really extort 10 billion from Pang Shaoxan and Pang Qiuhuan? Yao Zhenfeng swallowed his saliva. Su Chen nodded. That's right. However, I haven't received the money yet, and the father and son of the Pang family need to raise money. Yao Zhenfeng gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Great. 10 billion. And it's cash. Even if the Yao family took it, they would have to sell some assets and stocks to get the cash. Yao Zhenfeng asked, Zhou Chen, aren't you afraid that the father and son of the Pang family will fight you to the death if you ask for too much money? Su Chen smiled. At the beginning, I didn't ask them for so much money. They asked for their own death. First they sent Zhao Zhenling, and then let Wu Guangshi fight me, and then they gradually raised the price. Anyway, I have already made enemies with them, so I don't bother to leave any room for them. As for fighting to the death, if they dare, the final result is likely to be that the fish will die, but the net will be fine. Yao Zhenfeng looked at the confident Su Chen and laughed. Haha. As long as you are sure, Zhou Chen, then it's okay. However, the father and son of the Pang family don't seem to be the highest authority in Jinglin Villa, so you still have to be careful next time. Su Chen nodded. Well, Grandpa Yao, don't worry. Then, the four chatted for a few more words, and Su Chen took Lu Daokan to say goodbye. They were about to leave before, but Zhao Zhenling suddenly came and delayed them. Su Chen got into Lu Daokan's car, and the two waved goodbye and left quickly. Driving on the road, Lu Daokan said with some emotion, Master, I feel that it is really exciting to follow you. I have been practicing medicine for so many years, but I have never been so excited. It's a pity that I'm old, otherwise I will definitely learn some martial arts from you, and go with you to blackmail and rob everywhere. Hearing this, Su Chen was very upset. It turned out that in Lu Daokan's eyes, he was a robber. Drive your car, Su Chen said with a pained face. Soon, the two arrived at Kian Hotel. In his room, Su Chen was about to take a shower. Suddenly, ding-ling-ling, a mobile phone rang. Who is calling so late? Su Chen looked at the phone. Li Qingyan. What is this woman doing at this late hour? Su Chen answered. An urgent voice came from the other side of the phone immediately. Su Chen, save me. Li Qingyan's voice had not yet finished. A cold shout came from the other side. Hey, you dare to ask for help. Bang. The phone sound was interrupted. A murderous aura suddenly gushed out from Su Chen. Li Qingyan is in trouble. Su Chen was anxious. Li Qingyan is Li Xiaolei's granddaughter. Old Li has always been good to Su Chen. If Li Qingyan gets into trouble, Su Chen doesn't know how to face Li Xiaolei in the future. He hurriedly called Li Qingyan again, but no one answered. Asshole. Su Chen's eyes turned cold. He hurriedly called Pei Zhenchang. On the other side, Pei Zhenchang was drinking wine happily, with a happy look on his face. Su Chen killed Hua, Master Wu, Zhao Zhenling and Wu Guangshi in succession, which was considered a great contribution to him. So, Pei Zhenchang decided to drink some wine to celebrate. Unexpectedly, Su Chen's call came again at this time. Pei Zhenchang was shocked when he saw the caller ID. Damn. Mr. Su is too fierce, right? 3 times in one night. Are you going to kill everyone in the provincial capital? Pei Zhenchang answered the call with excitement. Mr. Su, who did you kill again? Su Chen was stunned at first. Then, he said coldly, kill your ass. Pei Zhenchang, I don't have time to joke with you. Find someone for me. Her name is Li Qingyan. She just called me. Her phone number is 13,385. Hurry up. Tell me her location. Hearing Su Chen's tone, Pei Zhenchang was shocked. Okay. Mr. Su, please wait. The phone was hung up quickly. Su Chen looked anxious. Suddenly, he thought of someone, and hurriedly called again. Sun Zheoxian. In the provincial capital, Sun Zheoxian might be more sensitive to news. Then, Su Chen called Sun Zheoxian. Sun Zheoxian received Su Chen's call and did not dare to neglect it. "Mr. Su, what's wrong?" Su Chen hurriedly told him about Li Qingyan's situation. Sun Zheoxian immediately said, "Don't worry, I will ask all my brothers to find out right away. Please hurry up. If you can find it as soon as possible, I owe you a favor," Su Chen said seriously. Hearing Su Chen's promise, Sun Zheoxian was ecstatic. However, he still said politely, "Mr. Su, you are too polite. We are friends. It would be awkward to say that. I'll go find someone first. I'll let you know when there's news." Su Chen found Li Qingyan's photo from her circle of friends. Then, he sent her photo and information to Pei Zhenshang and Sun Zheoxian respectively. Soon, the Tiger Guard and the provincial capital's underground world started moving at the same time. Chapter 3 is here. Chapter 4. I'll try. I feel so sleepy. I'll hold on a little longer. Let's go to sleep first. If it doesn't work, we'll see tomorrow. Chapter 484 Despicable Villain. Su Chen sat on the chair, frowning slightly. He was considering whether to notify the Yao family, the Han family, the Han family, and the Wei family, and ask them to help him find it. He was even thinking about whether to find Fang Dingbang. Just as Su Chen picked up his phone and was about to call out, ding-ling-ling, his phone rang. It was Sun Zheoxian's call. Su Chen's face lit up. This kind of thing really depends on the local snake. The call was connected. "Any news?" Su Chen asked. Sun Zheoxian said, "Mr. Su, I found Miss Li Qingyan. I have a younger brother who met Miss Li Qingyan at the fireworks bar in the East City Commercial District. But Miss Li seems to have been in trouble." Su Chen immediately said, "Mr. Sun, please help me protect Li Qingyan first. I will rush over immediately." Sun Zheoxian immediately patted his chest and said, "Mr. Su, don't worry. I will go over now." The two quickly hung up the phone. At this time, ding-ling-ling, Pei Zhenshang called again. Su Chen answered the phone and walked outside. Pei Zhenshang's voice rang out, "Mr. Su, we have now preliminarily determined that Miss Li's mobile phone should be in Bincheng. But the specific address needs to wait." Su Chen said directly, "I have already checked it out. It is in the East City Commercial District, Fireworks Bar. I'm on my way there now." "Thank you, Team Leader Pei." Su Chen hung up the phone directly. Then, a burst of wind and thunder rang out. Su Chen's figure disappeared in an instant. On the other side, Pei Zhenshang held the phone, looking confused. "Fuck, who the hell is this? Is he more informed than our Tiger Guards?" Pei Zhenshang looked painful. Just now, he just determined the location of Li Qingyan's mobile phone signal through the mobile business hall. But Su Chen found out where the person was directly. It was not easy to get a chance to improve Su Chen's favor, but he just missed it. Pei Zhenshang looked unwilling. "No, I have to go to the fireworks bar in Bincheng. No matter if it works or not, I have to let Mr. Su see my attitude." Immediately, he made up his mind and took his team members to the fireworks bar. Fireworks bar, located in the commercial district of Bincheng. Every inch of land here is worth a lot of money. The customers who come here to consume are either rich or noble, or at least have a well-off family. At this time, Sun Zheoxian hurried in with 4 men. Sun Zheoxian looked anxious and waved to the corner, Xiaoding. Suddenly, a boy who looked as thin as a stick ran over. "Brother Xiang, you are here. I saw clearly just now that the beautiful woman you are looking for was taken to the 188 box over there." Xiaoding pointed to the box in the distance and said, Sun Zheoxian was able to find Li Qingyan in the first place because his younger brother happened to be here. "Good boy. Come back to me to claim the reward," Sun Zheoxian said. Xiaoding's face was immediately overjoyed. Then, Sun Zheoxian took 4 men in black and walked towards the box. At this time, Xiaoding quickly opened his mouth to remind him, "Brother Xiang, you have to be careful. The guests in box 188 seem to be unusual. I saw that the bar owner Yushide bowed and nodded when he saw them." Sun Zheoxian was stunned. Although Yushide was just a bar owner, but he also had some status on the ground. If even he had to bow and nod, then the other party might really be not simple. However, thinking of Su Chen, Sun Zheoxiang suddenly felt more confident. No matter what, as long as I protect Miss Li Qingyan and wait for Mr. Su to come, my mission will be completed. Sun Zheoxiang made up his mind and walked towards the box. Soon, he led people to box 188. Just as he walked to the entrance of the corridor, 2 bar security guards stopped him. "Get out of the way," Sun Zheoxiang said coldly. The 2 security guards refused. "Sir, the private rooms inside are for our distinguished guests. Ordinary guests are not allowed to approach." Sun Zheoxiang's eyes were cold. "I'm Sun Zheoxiang, you know me, don't you?" The 2 security guards were startled and hesitated. One of them quickly took out the intercom and called. In less than 10 seconds, a rather sturdy man came trotting over. This man was Yushide, the owner of the fireworks bar. "Hey, isn't this Brother Zhang?" Yushide greeted politely. Then, he turned around and cursed at the 2 security guards. "You 2 bastards, you even dare to stop Brother Zhang? Are you trying to kill yourself?" The security guard said with embarrassment. "Boss, Brother Zhang wants to go to the private room over there. You said that you are not allowed to disturb him there." Yushide's face changed slightly. He smiled at Sun Zheoxiang. "Brother Zhang, what are you going to do in our VIP box? To be honest, we have a distinguished guest today, and we can't disturb him." Sun Zheoxiang said coldly. "Yushide, I want to ask you, did they bring this woman in?" As he spoke, Sun Zheoxiang showed Yushide a photo of Li Qingyan. Yushide was shocked. He looked conflicted, and finally nodded and said, "Yes, this woman is indeed in box 188. Sun Zheoxiang's face changed, and he was about to rush over. Yushide hurriedly stopped him and said, "Brother Zhang, the one in there is someone you can't afford to offend. Even if I can't afford to offend her, I have to go over. No one can touch this woman." As he spoke, Sun Zheoxiang was about to rush over. The 2 security guards looked at Yushide. Yushide waved his hand and said, "Okay, let Brother Zhang go over. I'll go in with Brother Zhang." Sun Zheoxiang looked at Yushide and said, "Yushide, this time we've settled the matter. Brother Zhang owes you a favor." Yushide showed a gloomy smile on his face. Then, Sun Zheoxiang and Yushide walked towards box 188 together. "Brother Zhang, your 4 men shouldn't go in. Otherwise, the guests will think you're going to fight," Yushide suggested. Sun Zheoxiang nodded. Finally, Sun Zheoxiang pushed the door open and walked in. Yushide followed behind and closed the door. In the box, there was a row of sofas against the wall. In front of the sofa was a large table filled with expensive wine, cigarettes, and stacks of money. In the front, there were several young and beautiful women dancing in front. Sun Zheoxiang looked at the sofa area. In the center of the sofa, a man in his 30s was smoking and drinking. On his left and right, he was hugging 2 women in extremely revealing clothes. The 2 were trying all kinds of ways to make the man happy. Stacks of money were stuffed into their chests. It seemed that the money was the fruits of their labor. There was an unconscious figure beside the sofa, and it was Li Qingyan. There were several people wearing black tights, leaning casually in the corner. However, after seeing Sun Zheoxiang and the other person come in, several people looked over immediately. The man sitting in the middle of the sofa saw Sun Zheoxiang and the other person come in, and his face suddenly turned cold. Bang! The man kicked the table in front of him. For a moment, the music stopped. All the dancing women also hurriedly stopped, all with nervous faces. The man on the sofa said with a dark face, "Yushide, didn't I say it? Don't let anyone disturb me. You take my words as fact, right?" Yushide's face changed. He hurried forward and said, "Mr. Guan, this is not my fault. It was this Sun Zheoxiang. He insisted on coming in. I told him that this box was reserved by you, Mr. Guan, but he still insisted on coming in. He said that this woman is his, and no one can touch her. Even you, Mr. Guan, are not qualified to touch her." Sun Zheoxiang's face changed. "Yushide, you bastard. How could he not understand that Yushide, this bastard, clearly let him into this box on purpose? Now he is adding fuel to the fire, trying to use this Mr. Guan to trick himself." However, Sun Zheoxiang did not recognize who this Mr. Guan was. Mr. Guan's face was gloomy. "So, this bitch just called you. Come on. Let me see how powerful you are. Sun Zhaoxing's face suddenly became ugly. Mr. Guan, I'm Sun Zhaoxing. Miss Li Qingyan is a friend of a nobleman. You'd better not move. He didn't finish his words. Behind him, Yushide kicked Sun Zhaoxing hard in the knee. Bang. Sun Zhaoxing didn't notice and knelt down directly. Yushide said, "You are talking to Mr. Guan on your knees. You." Sun Zhaoxing was furious and just wanted to get up. Yushide went forward and punched him twice on the back. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Sun Zhaoxing was already seriously injured. Sun Zhaoxing wanted to get up. Yushide went forward and stepped on his head. "You bastard, you are looking for death." Sun Zhaoxing was humiliated and struggled to curse. However, Yushide sneered, "Sun Zhaoxing, you are so rude to Mr. Guan. Do you think you can still live? Do you know who Mr. Guan is? He is Mr. Guan Qinghe, the younger brother of Mr. Guan Yuanshan of the Wumeng." Sun Zhaoxing's eyes were shocked, and his heart was filled with despair. It turned out that this person had such a high status. This bastard Yushide should have thought about it long ago and wanted to use this Mr. Guan's knife to kill himself. Guan Qinghe sneered, "Just now, this bitch called for help. I thought she could call some powerful person, but it turned out to be a waste like you." Sun Zhaoxing shouted loudly, "Guan Qinghe, Miss Li didn't call me, but another big shot. That big shot asked me to protect her. You'd better wait for him to come. Otherwise, it will be disadvantageous to you to make enemies out of thin air." Guan Qinghe smiled coldly, "Haha. I don't believe that there is still a woman in this provincial capital that I can't touch. There is still someone I can't offend. You don't let me move, but I will move to show you." As he spoke, Guan Qinghe walked directly to Li Qingyan. With a casual touch, Li Qingyan woke up. She looked around and screamed in shock. But Guan Qinghe grabbed her arm and dragged her to the small room next to her. "Listen carefully. Remember to repeat to your big shot whether this woman screamed well or not." After speaking, Li Qingyan was pushed into the small room by Guan Qinghe. Sun Zhaoxing's eyes were bloodshot. He was extremely anxious. If Li Qingyan gets into trouble, he really doesn't know how to face Su Chen. "Yushide, you bastard, let me go. Otherwise, you will be worse off than dead," he cursed. Yushide sneered, "Wait until you die. I can take over some of your power. I will be so happy. How can I be worse off than dead?" Sun Zhaoxing was in great pain. At this time, outside the fireworks bar, boom. There was a gust of wind and thunder. Su Chen arrived. Chapter 4 is here. Thank you all for your support. Good night. Chapter 485. Let's go. I'll take you to get revenge. Su Chen looked up and saw the sign of fireworks bar. Then, he stepped in. A deafening sound of music vibrated towards Su Chen's eardrum. Su Chen's eyes were cold, and he looked around. Looking around, there were young men and women swaying on the dance floor. Just as Su Chen was looking for them, a thin young man ran over. It was Xiaoding, Sun Zhaoxing's subordinate. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Su Chen Su?" the young man Xiaoding asked. Su Chen nodded. Xiaoding was overjoyed and said, "Hello, Mr. Su, my name is Xiaoding. Brother Xiang asked me to stay here and wait for you to come over." Brother Xiang followed the bar owner Yushide to box 188 to rescue Miss Li. "But, Mr. Su, I feel that Brother Xiang may have been in trouble. There has been no movement in the box." Xiaoding is also a smart man and explained the matter directly. Su Chen's face changed slightly and he said, "Take me to box 188. "Okay. Follow me." Xiaoding led Su Chen to the box area. At the entrance of the corridor, 2 security guards were still guarding. However, they were chatting all the time. Among them, the fat security guard said, "Just now, that Sun Zhaoxing was pretending to be cool with us, and now he has been severely beaten by our boss." Another thin security guard asked, "How do you know?" The fat man laughed and said, "Just now, I followed the waiter to deliver drinks and saw it. The few people that Sun Zhaoxing brought are all lying outside the box." In the box, Sun Zhaoxing was stepped on the ground by our boss like a dead dog. The thin security guard was surprised. "No way. I heard that Sun Zhaoxing is a tyrant in the underground world of the provincial capital. How could he be beaten so easily?" TSK. The fat security guard looked disdainful. To say that he is a tyrant is to say that he is an overlord. That is to say to us ordinary people. To the distinguished guests in the box, he is just a bumpkin. Our boss just wants to use the hand of Mr. Guan in the box to kill this guy so that our boss can expand his territory. The thin security guard suddenly realized the two were chatting, and Su Chen and Xiaoding had already walked over quickly. Su Chen's face was gloomy. He had heard the conversation between the two security guards just now. What are you doing? This is a VIP box area. Ordinary guests are not allowed to enter. Seeing Su Chen and Xiaoding coming, the fat security guard spoke first. Su Chen said coldly, "Get out of the way. Don't force me to do it." The fat security guard's face suddenly sank. Damn it. I met someone who came to show off to us. Brother, beat him up, just as a way to relieve boredom. The thin security guard smiled. The two then pulled out two batons and raised their hands to hit Su Chen. Xiaoding was shocked. Mr. Su. However, before he finished speaking, Su Chen kicked him hard. Bang, bang. The two security guards didn't react at all and were kicked out and fainted on the ground. Xiaoding was confused. This Mr. Su is really fierce. Su Chen's face was calm and he walked towards box 188. At the door, two dark force martial artists were guarding outside, and in the corner on the side, Sun Xiaoxiang's four younger brothers were fainted on the ground with bruised faces. Xiaoding looked anxious. This is the person Brother Xiang just brought. Brother Xiang must have been in trouble. Two dark force martial artists heard the noise and looked over. Su Chen and Xiaoding walked over step by step. Boy, don't make trouble for yourself. Get out of the way. The two dark force martial artists sneered. Su Chen raised his hand. Pa. Pa. Two slaps were delivered. The two dark force martial artists flew out and fell to the ground unconscious. Xiaoding was confused. These two people are obviously more powerful than the two security guards. But in the hands of Mr. Su, it seems that there is no difference at all. Click. The door opened. The room was suddenly quiet. Everyone's eyes looked over. Su Chen saw at a glance that Sun Xiaoxiang was lying on the ground, and Yu Shide was stepping on him with his feet. Mr. Su. Sun Xiaoxiang shouted in surprise. Yu Shide sneered. Oh. Are you the big shot that Sun Xiaoxiang said? Sun Xiaoxiang, are you fucking blind? This country bumpkin is also a big shot. He didn't finish his words. Boom. Thunder and wind roared. Su Chen's figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yu Shide. Yu Shide was startled and was about to attack Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen kicked out with lightning speed. Bang. Yu Shide flew out in an instant, as if he was hit by a car. Bang. Crash. All the drinks on the table were knocked over by Yu Shide. Puff. He spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was stained with wine and looked horrible. You bastard. Su Chen said coldly, if I hadn't left you to Sun Xiaoxiang, you would be dead now. Yu Shide's face changed. Su Chen helped Sun Xiaoxiang up and passed a stream of longevity to him. Sun Xiaoxiang immediately recovered his vitality and was much more energetic. He said anxiously, Mr. Su, go to that suite quickly. Just now, Miss Li was dragged to that room by Guan Qinghe. Su Chen's face changed and he rushed to that room. At this time, in the corner, two old men in black tights rushed directly over. Mr. Guan is doing his job, no one can disturb him. Su Chen shouted coldly, get out. He struck out with two palms. The two old men were directly knocked out, and Su Chen kicked the door fiercely. Boom. The door exploded instantly. Su Chen could see everything inside clearly. In the room, there was a big bed. Li Qingyan was thrown on the big bed, her face full of fear, and she kept shouting to resist. And Guan Qinghe was taking off his clothes while grabbing Li Qingyan with a grim smile. Ha ha ha. Little beauty, scream. The louder you scream, the more excited I am. Ha ha ha. Boom. The sound of the door exploding suddenly sounded. Guan Qinghe stopped moving. His face was full of anger. Which bastard disturbed my interest? Do you want to die? Guan Qinghe turned his head and looked. Suddenly, he stopped talking. Because Su Chen was walking towards him with a murderous look on his face. Guan Qinghe's expression froze, and he shouted, who the hell are you? How did you get in? Before he could finish his words, Su Chen put his big hand directly on his shoulder. "Get out," he shouted coldly, and then exerted his strength. In an instant, Guan Qinghe flew directly from the door to the hall of the box like a sandbag. Li Qingyan was still struggling, and suddenly saw Guan Qinghe flying out, and Su Chen's face appeared in front of her. She was confused. When Li Qingyan was sure that it was Su Chen who came to save her, the grievance in her heart burst out instantly. "Su Chen, woo woo." Li Qingyan rushed directly into Su Chen's arms and burst into tears. "Su Chen, I thought you couldn't find me. You finally came, scared me to death. Woo woo." Li Qingyan cried harder and harder, and she was out of breath. Even the clothes on Su Chen's chest were wet with tears. Su Chen quickly passed her a longevity energy. Otherwise, Su Chen was really afraid that she would faint directly. "Okay, stop crying. Let's go. I'll take you to get revenge," Su Chen said in a deep voice. Li Qingyan raised her head, and Su Chen looked serious. "Okay." Li Qingyan nodded with tears in her eyes, and pursed her lips. Then, the two walked out of the suite directly. Sun Zhaoxian hurried over. At this time, in the hall of the box, Guan Qinghe had been helped up by his men. He looked vicious, and stared at Su Chen and Li Qingyan. "Asshole, you dare to disturb my good things and hit me. I will make you regret coming to this world. Go, make him a eunuch for me. I want him to watch me play with his woman." The two Zhuanjin masters rushed towards Su Chen again. Just now, Su Chen repelled them with one move, and the two knew that Su Chen was not a simple character. Therefore, this time, they did not hold back. However, the two did not know. Before, Su Chen was in a hurry to save Li Qingyan, and he didn't pay attention to them at all, just repelling them casually. But now, Su Chen was not going to hold back at all. Looking for death, Su Chen shouted coldly, and his figure flashed. Bang, bang, to loud noises. The two Zhuanjin masters under Guan Qinghe were instantly struck by lightning. The two of them flew backwards fiercely. Puff, they fell to the ground without a sound, and Su Chen's figure flashed back to the original place in an instant. It was as if he had never moved. Guan Qinghe was stunned. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486, One-Time Solution. Guan Qinghe swallowed unconsciously. This young man who was much younger than him was so fierce. The two Zhuanjin masters who protected him were personally selected by his brother Guan Yuanshan. They were very powerful, but at this moment, they were killed by the opponent in one move. Guan Qinghe's face was no longer arrogant as before. The corner of his mouth twitched, and then he forced a smile and said, "That, my friend, my name is Guan Qinghe, and my brother is Guan Yuanshan from the Wumeng. Look, this is all a misunderstanding. It is better to resolve a feud than to make one. Shouldn't we not take it seriously? Let's reconcile." Su Chen's eyes were cold 10 seconds ago. "You said you wanted to make me a eunuch. Why, you want to reconcile with me now? Guan, your words are almost like farting." Guan Qinghe's face changed. The two most powerful bodyguards in his hands were dead. At this time, if he was arrogant again, if he was killed by Su Chen regardless of anything, it would be a big loss. It would be better to pretend to be a grandson first, wait for his brother Guan Yuanshan to come, and then see how to settle accounts with this kid. Thinking of this, Guan Qinghe apologized with a smile. "Just now I didn't know your strength, my friend. Now I'm sure that we are equal, so we can naturally reconcile." "Really?" Su Chen smiled coldly, "but I think you are not worthy of being on an equal footing with me. I don't want to reconcile with you." As soon as the voice fell, Su Chen's figure flashed again. Like lightning, he appeared in front of Guan Qinghe. Guan Qinghe's face changed, and he turned around and ran. However, Su Chen grabbed his shoulders and pulled him down violently. Even though Guan Qinghe also had some martial arts skills, he still couldn't resist. Bang! Guan Qinghe fell to the ground fiercely. Under the violent impact, he felt that all the bones in his body were shattered. "Ah!" Guan Qinghe cried out in pain. His whole body twisted. However, this is not over yet. Su Chen's cold voice sounded. You like to watch eunuchs, right? Then I will help you. After saying that, Su Chen raised his foot high and stepped hard on Guan Qinghei's key part. Then, he crushed it with force. Bang, bang. Two explosions sounded. Under Su Chen's precise control, only the bullet exploded, and no other parts were injured. A streak of blood flowed out of Guan Qinghei's pants. Ah, my. His face was pale and full of pain. Guan Qinghei already felt that he had really become a eunuch. Ah, ah. Guan Qinghei screamed out. This scream was mixed with pain and humiliation. But Su Chen just had a calm face and returned Guan Qinghei's lines to him. You scream. The louder you scream, the more excited I am. Guan Qinghei heard his lines just now, and tears of humiliation flowed down his painful face. Everyone in the box was dumbfounded. This is Guan Qinghei, the fifth elder of the Wu Meng, Guan Yuanshan's biological brother. He was turned into a eunuch by Su Chen. This is naked humiliation. Sun Zhaoxian was shocked. Su Chen was too powerful. Li Qingyan was also happy and embarrassed. She was happy that Su Chen helped her get revenge. She was embarrassed because of the method Su Chen chose. Su Chen put his feet away and looked coldly at Guan Qinghei, who was curled up in a ball. Now, I ask you, can we reconcile? He asked lightly. Guan Qinghei's face was full of pain. He trembled and looked at Su Chen with a smile on his face, as if looking at a devil. He gritted his teeth and said, we can reconcile. Su Chen sneered. From your expression, I can see that you don't want to reconcile. Guan Qinghei remained silent. If possible, he would like to kill Su Chen and drink his blood. Su Chen waved to Sun Zhaoxian on the side. Sun Zhaoxian hurried over. Mr. Su, what can I do for you? Su Chen asked. What's the background of this kid? Sun Zhaoxian immediately said, his name is Guan Qinghei, and his brother is Guan Yuanshan, who is the fifth elder of the Wu Meng. Su Chen asked, what's the Wu Meng? Sun Zhaoxian explained, I don't know the details. It seems to be an alliance formed by a group of warriors. At the beginning, it was to prevent warriors from being bullied by big forces alone. Later, the Wu Meng itself developed into a big force. The Wu Meng is led by several elders, and the leader, Guan Yuanshan, Guan Qinghei's brother, is one of the elders. Su Chen nodded. Then, he turned to look at Guan Qinghei. You should think that, after you return safely, you can ask your brother to deal with me, right? Guan Qinghei lowered his head and gritted his teeth and said, don't dare. Haha. Don't dare? Su Chen sneered. You almost write it on your face. I'll give you a chance. Call your brother now. I'll discuss with your brother how to reconcile. Guan Qinghei was stunned. He looked at Su Chen and tried to take out his mobile phone. Su Chen looked indifferent and ignored him. His idea was very simple, that is, to solve all the problems at once, so that Guan Qinghei would not play any tricks on Guan Yuanshan after he was safe. If he only dealt with himself, Su Chen would not worry at all. He was afraid that they would also attack Sun Zhaoxian and Li Qingyan. Therefore, Su Chen wanted to scare Guan Yuanshan so that he would not dare to retaliate. Soon, Guan Qinghei called Guan Yuanshan. He cried about his miserable situation and asked him to come to the fireworks bar as soon as possible. The phone was hung up. A trace of pride and viciousness flashed across Guan Qinghei's face. As long as his brother arrives, this bastard will definitely die without a burial place. Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Guan Qinghei. He walked back to Li Qingyan and asked, he can never be a man in this life. Is this punishment enough? Swish. Li Qingyan's pretty face turned red. She lowered her head and said in a mosquito-like voice, enough. It's just that your method is a bit unethical. Su Chen smiled and said, this kind of unethical person should be treated like this. Okay. Don't stand there. Sit down and wait for his brother to come. A trace of worry flashed across Li Qingyan's face. I heard that Guan Qinghei's brother is very powerful. Otherwise, let's go. Su Chen shook his head and said, no. We must scare them completely. If you leave now, if they want to retaliate against you later, do you want to be on guard for the rest of your life? Li Qingyan was speechless. She knew in her heart that Su Chen was right. On the side, Sun Zhaoxian said, Mr. Su, this Wu Meng is not like the Dan group. They may have more masters. You should pay more attention. Su Chen smiled and said, don't worry. As he spoke, Su Chen sat on the sofa and took out a book to read. It was the 9 extremes he got from Guangshi. Anyway, he was waiting anyway. It would be better to read the secret book, to learn instead of waiting boringly. Li Qingyin and Sun Zhaoxiang saw this scene and suddenly didn't know what to say. Guan Qinghe, who was lying on the ground, had a face full of resentment. Bastard. Let you pretend. When my brother comes, you will die without a burial place. Su Chen didn't care about Guan Qinghe's imagination at all. All his mind was attracted by the 9 extremes. The force generating techniques described in the secret book are extremely exquisite. Through continuous practice and improvement, you can slowly reach the 5th level. At each level, you can double your strength. From the initial 2 times, slowly increase to 3 times, 5 times, 7 times, and 9 times. Su Chen was so absorbed in watching that he even sat on the sofa and tried to imitate it, trying to practice this method with his vital energy. Soon, Su Chen had already tried out the 9 extreme strength with a double amplification. On the side, Li Qingyin and Sun Zhaoxiang were completely confused. At this time, Su Chen was still in the mood to practice martial arts, and it was even more difficult for others to understand. Soon, a commotion broke out outside the box. Then, an angry shout came. Who hurt my brother? Do you want to die? Guan Qinghe's face suddenly showed ecstasy. My brother is here. The next update may be at 1 o'clock. Let's go to bed first. Good night. Chapter 487. Who said Mr. Su was alone? The door opened. A burly figure walked in quickly. This man had a full beard and a fierce look. It was the 5th elder of the Wu Meng, Guan Qinghe's brother Guan Yuanshan. Behind Guan Yuanshan, there were 3 subordinates. One of them was a Yuan Qi master, and 2 were Zhuanjin masters. Brother. Seeing Guan Yuanshan coming in, Guan Qinghe immediately shed tears of grievance. Guan Yuanshan was shocked when he saw his brother on the ground. He rushed forward and helped Guan Qinghe up. However, Guan Qinghe was in so much pain that he couldn't stand up. Brother, I became a eunuch. Guan Qinghe's face was full of tears. Guan Yuanshan's face was full of anger. He was not worried about the continuation of the family line. Guan Qinghe had already given birth to several children at home and outside. But this kind of humiliation was something Guan Yuanshan couldn't bear. Which bastard did it? Stand up. Guan Yuanshan roared. The whole house seemed to tremble. Su Chen slowly put away the 9 extremes. He stood up, picked his ears and said, why are you talking so loudly? You're disturbing me, you know. Guan Qinghe pointed at Su Chen and said, brother, it's this bastard. It's him who ruined me. Guan Yuanshan stared at Su Chen, his eyes like knives, his voice as cold as prison. Boy, how do you want to die? Hearing this, Li Qingyin and Sun Zhaoxiang trembled. Su Chen looked up and asked, why don't you ask why I want to ruin your brother? Guan Yuanshan snorted coldly, no matter why you do this, it can't change your fate. Why should I ask again? Very good. Su Chen smiled coldly, sure enough, we are birds of a feather. Come on. Let me see how you are going to kill me. Guan Yuanshan stepped forward and was about to take action. At this time, the Yuan Qi master next to him said, Elder Guan, you don't need to take action against such a small character. I can do it. Guan Yuanshan looked at him and said, Master Cheng, be careful. Master Cheng sneered, I can easily deal with such a young boy. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Cheng stomped his feet hard. Boom. The floor collapsed instantly. Master Cheng's body was like lightning, and his palms formed into claws. Dragon claw hand. He grabbed Su Chen with one claw. Su Chen simply raised his hand and punched him with an ordinary punch. In an instant, the Yuan Qi in Su Chen's body circulated and vibrated in a peculiar way, and finally rushed towards Master Cheng. That's right. It was the 9 extremes. Just now, Su Chen had already understood it by reading this secret book, and even mastered the 1st level. Now seeing Master Cheng attacking, it was a good time to try it. But he didn't expect that he would complete the 1st level of the 9 extremes very smoothly. The violent vitality, after being blessed by the 9 extremes, instantly doubled its power. Boom. The huge power caused a strong wind. Master Cheng's face changed drastically. He had never seen such an attack power before. The terrifying pressure made Master Cheng's face change drastically, and a threat of death gathered in his heart. At this moment, he was already timid. Master Cheng turned around and wanted to escape, but it was too late. Boom. The terrifying power, like a violent wave, hit Master Cheng hard. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The next second, Master Cheng was like a cannonball, smashing against the wall. The whole person was completely trapped in the wall. A stream of blood flowed down his body. Master Cheng no longer made any movement. Guan Yuanshan's face changed drastically. The attack power of Su Chen in front of him was too terrifying. There was a trace of struggle on his face. He suddenly hesitated about whether to completely break up with Su Chen. Finally, Guan Yuanshan gritted his teeth and rushed towards Su Chen. 8-armed Ahad fist. Guan Yuanshan's arms left after images, as if he had turned into 8 arms. Each arm hit Su Chen from a different direction. This is a bit new. Su Chen was a little curious. He took a step forward and raised his hand to attack. Guan Yuanshan had just seen Su Chen's terrifying strength and didn't dare to fight Su Chen head on. His 8 arms kept dodging. Finally, they turned from virtual to real and turned into 2 arms again. Guan Yuanshan used his 2 hands to lock Su Chen's arms. Su Chen was slightly stunned. This Guan Yuanshan is indeed something. However, relying on his strength alone, it would be wishful thinking to want to lock his arms. Su Chen's vitality was circulating, and he was about to shake off Guan Yuanshan's arms. At this time, Guan Yuanshan sneered and shouted, "Go to hell." Su Chen was slightly stunned. The next second, countless spiritual powers condensed into a fist in Guan Yuanshan's Niwen Palace. Then, it suddenly rushed out and smashed towards Su Chen's forehead. Guan Yuanshan had a smile on his face. After seeing Su Chen kill Master Cheng with one punch, he dared to take action, because he was thinking of this move. First, use the 8-armed Ahad fist to control Su Chen, then, use spiritual attacks to catch Su Chen off guard. However, Guan Yuanshan's fist condensed with spiritual power had just been thrown. A sharp spear condensed with spiritual power shot out from Su Chen's Niwen Palace. Puff. In a blink of an eye, the spiritual fist exploded instantly. The spiritual spear continued to stab towards Guan Yuanshan's forehead. Puff. Guan Yuanshan only felt that his head was pierced by a long sword. A piercing pain broke out from the Niwen Palace and completely submerged him. Blood flowed from Guan Yuanshan's eyes, like tears of blood. Su Chen snorted coldly and raised his hand directly. Bang! Guan Yuanshan flew out. The 2 Zhuanjin masters who followed him wanted to catch Guan Yuanshan. Puff! In the end, the 2 were directly smashed and flew out. For a moment, the whole box was quiet. Guan Qinghei's face was full of horror. He looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Li Qingyan and Sun Zhaoxing, on the other hand, were excited. Guan Yuanshan's face was covered with blood, and he climbed up from the ground, covering his head. He looked at Su Chen in disbelief. You actually cultivated mental power as well. He thought that Su Chen's spiritual power was so strong that his spirit should be his weakness. But he didn't expect that Su Chen's mental power was much stronger than his. If Su Chen told him that he had cultivated the Yin God, Guan Yuanshan would probably doubt his life. Such a weak mental power, and you still use it to return the killer. Su Chen said coldly. Puff. Hearing this, Guan Yuanshan was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Chen said indifferently, "Now, what other tricks do you have? Show them to me." Guan Yuanshan's face was extremely ugly. He felt that he had suffered more humiliation today than in his previous half of his life. "Who are you?" Guan Yuanshan asked, staring at Su Chen. Su Chen snorted coldly. "My name is Su Chen." Hearing this name, Guan Yuanshan was suddenly stunned. He widened his eyes and asked, "Are you from Bincheng?" "Yes." Su Chen nodded. Guan Yuanshan was immediately horrified. He had heard of the name Su Chen. He killed Ding Dong Heo, then killed Crossing Xianjiu, and even the old man Jin Guang died in his hands. Even the destruction of King Shenman and Long Heian in Yichen was related to this man. Guan Yuanshan glared at Guan Qinghei fiercely. This bastard, he offended someone, but didn't make it clear who he offended. Guan Yuanshan stared at Su Chen with fear on his face. He whispered, "Mr. Su, I admit defeat. This time, it's my brother's fault. I apologize to you on behalf of this beast." Since you have crippled my brother, killed Master Cheng, and seriously injured me, I believe your anger should have subsided. How about we call it a draw? Su Chen smiled coldly. If you can't beat me, then call it a draw. What a good plan. Since you know you are wrong, shouldn't you talk about apology and compensation? Guan Yuanshan's face rose. Mr. Su, we are all in Dangzhou province, and we will meet each other sooner or later. Let's forgive each other. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, if I lose, will you talk to me about compensation? Or will you kill me directly? Guan Yuanshan was speechless for a moment. If Su Chen is not his opponent, he will only die miserably. Guan Yuanshan said, Mr. Su. Su Chen raised his hand. Boom. The terrifying force hit Guan Yuanshan directly. Guan Yuanshan flew out and hit the wall. Su Chen said coldly, did I give you face? I just don't want to cause any more trouble, so I'm asking for compensation from you. Do you think I'm easy to talk to? Su Chen knew it in his heart. If he killed the Guan brothers directly, it would be fine. But it is estimated that the Wu Meng will definitely come to cause trouble again. Even if the Wu Meng took action, Su Chen was not afraid. But he was still worried that these people could not do anything to him, so they chose to take action against Li Qingyan or other people around him. Su Chen felt troubled when anyone close to him got into trouble. Therefore, he thought about ending this grudge directly with Guan Yuanshan. But now, Guan Yuanshan seemed to be unable to see the situation clearly. Guan Yuanshan lay on the ground with blood in his mouth. But he still insisted, Mr. Su, I admit that you are powerful. But no matter how powerful you are just one person, and there are many masters in my Wu Meng. If you kill me, it will hurt the face of the Wu Meng, and they will retaliate against you, and the people around you. Su Chen's face turned cold, and he was ready to kill Guan Yuanshan directly. If the martial alliance dares to make any move, at worst, he will destroy this so-called martial alliance. However, at this moment, a loud shout came from outside the door. Bullshit. Who said Mr. Su is alone? Everyone in the box was shocked. Thump thump thump. A sound of footsteps sounded. The fully armed Chen Hao group of the Tiger Guards, led by Pei Zhenchang, rushed into the box. Pei Zhenchang shouted loudly, we, the Tiger Guards, are one family with Mr. Su Chen. Brothers, say hello to Consultant Su. For a moment, all the Tiger Guards saluted and shouted loudly, hello, Consultant Su. Seeing this scene, Guan Yuanshan was stunned for a moment. Chapter 3 is here. Chapter 4 I'll try. I can't hold on any longer. Let's go to bed first. Chapter 488 Can you stay tonight? Guan Yuanshan was stunned. The Tiger Guards were here. Moreover, they called Su Chen Consultant Su. Consultant Su? Suddenly, Guan Yuanshan shuddered. He had heard of the consultant of the Tiger Guards before. This is a position that only a few high-level members of the Tiger Guards are eligible to invite. Moreover, the power and status of the consultant of the Tiger Guards are very high, even higher than that of ordinary team leaders. Not only that, Su Chen's identity as a consultant also means that he is recognized by a real high-level member of the Tiger Guards, and that high-level member is most likely a land immortal. In an instant, Guan Yuanshan thought of a lot. In this way, Su Chen is not alone at all. He has the entire Tiger Guards behind him, and even a strong man in the God realm. And the Wu Meng behind him has no advantage at all for Su Chen. Thinking of this, Guan Yuanshan was instantly desperate. Just now, he was clamoring with Su Chen, threatening him that, if he killed him, the Wu Meng would definitely make trouble for him. Now it seems that, if the Wu Meng knew Su Chen's identity, I'm afraid they would not choose to be his enemy. Guan Yuanshan came to his senses instantly. He rushed to Su Chen. Bang. He knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Mr. Su, I was wrong. I apologize to you. I'm willing to compensate. At this moment, Guan Yuanshan lost all his temper and backbone. On the side, Guan Qinghe saw his brother's attitude and was puzzled. Wasn't his brother so stubborn just now? Why did he kneel down so quickly? However, he didn't dare to speak. Su Chen looked at Guan Yuanshan coldly. Why? Are you afraid now? Are you afraid because you know that I dare to kill you without any scruples? Guan Yuanshan lowered his head. Please spare my life, Mr. Su. I'm willing to compensate. Su Chen sneered. he said lightly. Next, we will settle one by one. First, your brother wanted to use force on my friend, and he has to compensate for mental damages. Guan Yuanshan immediately agreed. It should be. I will compensate this lady. 100 million. Su Chen shook his head. 100 million is not enough. I need 1 billion. Hiss. Everyone in the box took a deep breath. Guan Yuanshan looked distressed. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Okay. Su Chen nodded and continued. Also, I'll pay for my efforts. It's still 1 billion. Isn't it too much? Guan Yuanshan pleaded. Mr. Su, I really can't get 2 billion. Su Chen remained calm and said, that's your business. Whether you steal or rob, I only look at the results. Guan Yuanshan nodded bitterly. Okay. A total of 2 billion. If his friend borrows it, or sells some assets, it can be collected. At this time, Su Chen pointed to Sun Zheoxian next to him. My friend was beaten and humiliated by Sunshine because of this. This should be counted on you, right? Guan Yuanshan was stunned. This. Sun Zheoxian was also surprised. Su Chen actually considered himself and claimed compensation for himself. A warm current suddenly flowed through his heart. Su Chen said calmly, let's put it this way. This fireworks bar will belong to him from now on. In addition, you have to compensate him another 500 million. On the side, Yushide was horrified. Fireworks bar was his property, but Su Chen gave it to Sun Zheoxian in one sentence. He quickly looked at Guan Yuanshan with a look of help. Guan Yuanshan said, fireworks bar, I have no objection. But, 500 million, I really can't get it together. Su Chen said, haha. Can't get it together? Then give Sun Zheoxian 100 million. Guan Yuanshan was immediately delighted. Really? Thank you, Mr. Su. Su Chen continued, I haven't finished yet. As long as the time comes, you and your brother cut off both your hands and legs, and I will give you 50 million for each limb. Guan Yuanshan was stunned. He said with a sad face, okay, Mr. Su, I will find a way to get it together for you. Go away. Su Chen said coldly. Guan Yuanshan didn't dare to speak immediately, picked up Guan Qinghe, and walked out. The other two Zhuanjin masters and other men also hurriedly followed. On the side, the bar owner Yushide looked at Guan Qinghe with a pleading face. Mr. Guan, save me. Guan Qinghe couldn't save himself, so how could he care about him? The Guan brothers and others fled. Yushide looked desperate. Su Chen glanced at Pei Zhenshang. Why are you here too? Pei Zhenshang smiled and said, I came to see if there is anything I can help with. Su Chen smiled and said, it's basically okay. As he spoke, he pointed to the wall. The Grandmaster Cheng was still stuck in the wall. Please help me take that Grandmaster away. However, he may not be on the wanted list. Pei Zhenshang smiled and said, it's okay. As long as I can do something for you. Su Chen smiled. It's true that it's really easy to have someone like Pei Zhenshang around. No wonder those big bosses and leaders like to have a few licking dogs around them. Pei Zhenshang sent someone to pick Grandmaster Cheng out of the wall with some effort. A deep human-shaped mark was left on the wall. The tiger-catching guards were shocked. Leaving a mark on the wall was much more difficult than bringing it down. To bring down a wall, you only need to have about the same strength. Any master of Zhuanjin can do it. But to embed a person into the wall requires a terrifying burst of energy. Now, Su Chen can do it with the help of Jiu Jijin. Pei Zhenshang and others quickly evacuated. Suddenly, only Su Chen, Li Qingyan, Sun Zheoxian, and Yushide, who was kneeling on the ground with a look of horror, were left in the box. Yushide rolled and crawled over with his hands and feet. Bang, bang, bang. He kowtowed repeatedly. Mr. Su, spare me. Brothers Ian, spare me. I really didn't mean it. It was Guan Qinghe who forced me to do it. Sun Zheoxian stepped forward and kicked him down. He stepped on Yushide's face. You son of a bitch, are you kidding me? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Didn't you want to annex my territory? Show me if you can be more arrogant. Su Chen looked at Sun Zheoxian, who was venting his anger, and said with a smile, this Yushide is now handed over to you. Sun Zheoxian was excited. Thank you, Mr. Su. I will definitely serve this bastard well. However, this bar you mentioned has 500 million. I really don't deserve it. Su Chen waved his hand and said, this is what you deserve. You have been wronged for helping me, and you must be compensated. Sun Zhaoxian was deeply moved. At this moment, he had an impulse to die for his confidant. Thank you, Mr. Su. Sun Zhaoxian said excitedly. Su Chen smiled. I should thank you. If you hadn't provided me with the address at the first time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find Miss Li. Li Qingyan only then knew what Sun Zhaoxian had done. She bowed quickly and said, thank you, Mr. Sun. You are too polite. Sun Zhaoxian smiled. He felt a kind of respect from Su Chen. Even though Su Chen's status was much higher than his, he would still thank him and speak up for the grievances he suffered. Such a person is worth following. This side, I'll leave it to you. If you have any problems in the future, you can contact me directly. Su Chen said seriously. Sun Zhaoxian was excited. Su Chen's promise was so valuable. His choice today was so right. After that, Su Chen and Li Qingyan strode out of the box, and Sun Zhaoxian closed the door. He walked towards Yushide with a grim smile on his face. Yushide, you didn't expect it? Your backer is just a paper tiger, and my backer is a real dragon. How do you think I should treat you? Ha ha ha. Yushide looked desperate. Brother Xiang, spare my life. Not long after, bursts of screams rang out in the box. On the other side, Su Chen accompanied Li Qingyan and walked out of the fireworks bar. Su Chen, thank you for saving me again. Li Qingyan said with red eyes. Su Chen smiled. We are friends. Isn't it a bit polite to say these things? Li Qingyan's eyes turned red and tears flowed out again. She pursed her lips and cried, but you have saved me twice in the past 2 days. Once from Bincheng, and once from Guanqing. Am I a troublemaker who only causes trouble for you? Woo woo. Li Qingyan felt more and more aggrieved, and burst into tears. Su Chen was a little flustered when he saw Li Qingyan crying. He had no idea how to deal with a crying girl. Su Chen's mind was working very fast. He said quickly, hey, your perspective on this matter is wrong. You didn't cause me trouble. You should say that you made me rich. You see, because you are beautiful, you attracted Bincheng to cause trouble, giving me an excuse to make me earn 4 billion. This time, it is because you are beautiful that you attracted Guanqing and made me earn another 1 billion. If you continue to be so beautiful, I'm afraid I will become the richest man in the world. Hearing this, Li Qingyan suddenly felt cold. Puff. She burst into laughter instantly. What? You are talking nonsense again. Li Qingyan's pretty face flushed, and she gently patted Su Chen's arm. However, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Obviously, Su Chen's words made her very happy. Su Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. It's really troublesome when a woman cries. Fortunately, he is smart. Then, Su Chen took a taxi and sent Li Qingyan home. When he sent her to the gate of the community, Su Chen was about to turn around and leave. Li Qingyan suddenly said, Su Chen, can you stay tonight and sleep with me? Chapter 4. Finally it's done. Thank you for your support. Good night. Chapter 489 This bastard. Stay? Sleep here with Li Qingyan? Su Chen was a little confused. He stared at Li Qingyan blankly. Li Qingyan's pretty face turned red. She quickly explained, I mean, you sleep in my house, not on the same bed. It would have been better if she didn't explain. This explanation made Li Qingyan's face even hotter. A beautiful face, red to the ears. Su Chen didn't know how to answer. Li Qingyan was a little flustered and said, I have many rooms at home. You can just find a room to sleep. I'm a little scared today. I'm alone at home. I don't dare to sleep. Seeing Li Qingyan's pitiful look, Su Chen had to nod. Okay. Li Qingyan smiled immediately. She ran over and directly put her arm around Su Chen's arm. Thank you, Su Chen. You are the best person in the world. Li Qingyan smiled sweetly. Su Chen looked helpless. The two returned to Li Qingyan's house together. Although Li Qingyan is the daughter of the Li family in Bincheng, but the house she lives in is just an ordinary 3-bedroom apartment. The area is not small, but it is not overly luxurious. Moreover, the decoration is simple and fresh, with a lovely atmosphere everywhere. Su Chen looked around and smiled. Your family is not short of this little money. Why don't you choose a better house? Li Qingyan smiled. This house is enough, and this community is not bad. If I live alone in a bigger house, I will be more scared. Su Chen smiled. The two chatted for a while. Slowly, Li Qingyan's mood gradually eased. Su Chen asked, do you have any clothes I can change at home? I want to take a shower. Li Qingyan nodded quickly and said, yes. My grandfather and my father occasionally come to the provincial capital to see me. So, I have pajamas prepared for them here. It happens that there are a few new pajamas that they haven't worn yet. You can wear them. Just give me the clothes you are wearing. I'll wash and dry them for you, and you can wear them tomorrow morning. Su Chen nodded. This saves a lot of trouble. Li Qingyan brought Su Chen some clothes to change, and he took them directly into the bathroom. Not long after, the sound of rushing water sounded. Li Qingyan was sitting in the living room, listening to the sound of running water, and she felt strangely calm. However, this calm was soon interrupted by the ringing of a phone. Ding ling ling. Li Qingyan looked up and found that it was Su Chen's phone ringing. She hesitated for a moment and did not move. The ringing stopped, but it rang again soon. Li Qingyan bit her lower lip and picked up Su Chen's phone. It was connected. Zhou Wanqiu's voice rang on the other side. Su Chen, are you so busy? Why don't you answer the phone? Li Qingyan said. Su Chen is taking a shower. For a moment, Zhou Wanqiu on the other side of the phone stopped. Li Qingyan didn't know what to say. The two of them were silent across the phone. Only the slightly rapid breathing proved that there was someone on the other side. Bincheng. Zhou Wanqiu's face darkened. She asked coldly, who are you? Li Qingyan suddenly felt guilty. You, who do you care who I am? Why are you looking for Su Chen so late? Zhou Wanqiu was stunned when he heard this. However, she then said angrily, I'm Su Chen's boss, can't I go to him at night? After saying this, Zhou Wanqiu suddenly felt that she had sufficient reasons. She asked again, tell me clearly, who are you? Li Qingyan was panicked. For some reason, she felt embarrassed, as if she was caught having an affair. That, after Su Chen takes a shower, I will tell him and ask him to call you back. After saying that, Li Qingyan quickly hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, she patted her chest repeatedly. The tension just now was just like being caught in bed. On the other side, Zhou Wanqiu was very angry. She grabbed the teddy bear on the bedside and ravaged it crazily. Su Chen, you bastard. You said you asked for leave because you had something to do, but you just went to fool around with women. I'm so angry, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. Zhou Wanqiu's eyes were red, and she felt very aggrieved. Although she had agreed with Su Chen long ago that the two would not interfere with each other's emotional life. But for some reason, now, she was furious when she heard that Su Chen was messing around with someone else. Su Chen, who was taking a shower, didn't know that he had been sentenced to death by Zhou Wanqiu. After he finished his shower, he walked out of the bathroom. Li Qingyan felt a little guilty. She lowered her head and said to Su Chen, that Zhou Wanqiu called you. I answered the phone for you. She seemed to have something to do with you. We don't get along well. If she asks who just answered the phone, don't say it was me. Su Chen was stunned. A sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart. Li Qingyan quickly slipped back to her room. Before entering the door, she turned back. Remember, don't tell Zhou Wanqiu that it was me who answered the phone just now. I'm going to sleep. After saying that, Li Qingyan quickly closed her door. Li Qingyan felt very excited to get into trouble and then leave the mess behind and run away. Su Chen felt a little annoyed. In the middle of the night, Li Qingyan answered Zhou Wanqiu's call with her own mobile phone. He could imagine with his toes what Zhou Wanqiu's reaction would be. Alas. Su Chen sighed and dialed Zhou Wanqiu's number. A blessing is not a disaster, and a disaster cannot be avoided. Soon, Zhou Wanqiu answered. Mr. Zhou, you are looking for me so late. What's the matter? Su Chen asked first. Zhou Wanqiu's voice was full of sarcasm. Haha. Do you think I disturbed you? Su Chen touched his nose. He knew it would be like this. Zhou Wanqiu continued. Su Chen, is this the important thing you mentioned when you asked for leave? You said you were not accompanying a woman, so what happened just now? You are such a bastard. Su Chen looked helpless and explained. You really misunderstood. It's not what you think. A friend was in trouble, and I saved her. She was a little scared, so I stayed in her house for one night. Zhou Wanqiu snorted coldly. Haha. Do you think I believe it? How long have you been out of the village? How can you have such a friend? Tell me, who is she? Su Chen was about to say something, and then he thought of Li Qingyan's words. That is just a friend. You don't know her. Su Chen said with a guilty conscience. Zhou Wanqiu said angrily. Okay. Just protect that woman. You bastard. There was even a hint of crying in her voice. Su Chen felt very upset. Then, Zhou Wanqiu continued. I called you to tell you that I'm going to the provincial capital soon. The 3 entertainment cities of the Yao family, Bincheng Binjiang Entertainment City has been settled, and Yicheng is also no problem. The most important thing now is the food center project of Qinying Entertainment City in the provincial capital. I'm going to keep an eye on it and make sure it's won. This is the key for our Zhao's catering to go to the provincial capital. Grandpa is worried about me being alone and wants you to come to the provincial capital to accompany me. Su Chen hurriedly said, I'm in the provincial capital now, waiting for you to come anytime. No need. Zhou Wanqiu said angrily. You still have a woman to accompany you, so I won't bother you. Just have fun. Humph. After that, Zhou Wanqiu hung up the phone directly. Su Chen finally figured out the purpose of Zhou Wanqiu's call. Although Zhou Wanqiu misunderstood him, Su Chen was still happy. If Zhou Wanqiu came to the provincial capital, he would not have to rush back to Bincheng. But Su Chen still had to explain clearly to Zhou Wanqiu. Thinking of this, Su Chen took out his mobile phone. He was about to call Zhou Wanqiu, but finally gave up. Zhou Wanqiu probably wouldn't answer. Thinking of this, Su Chen directly edited a message. He briefly recounted what happened to Li Qingyan. Then, he asked Zhou Wanqiu to give a letter before going to the provincial capital so that he could pick her up. As for Li Qingyan's identity, Su Chen naturally did not mention it. Bincheng, Zhou family villa. Zhou Wanqiu sat on the bed with her legs hugged, her eyes red. Tears rolled in her eyes. She didn't know why she was crying. She just felt very wronged. This bastard. Ding dong. A message alert sounded. Zhou Wanqiu picked up the phone and read it. As she read it, the haze on her face instantly dissipated a lot. She felt that Su Chen didn't seem to be lying. This bastard. Zhou Wanqiu burst into laughter. Chapter 490 I have a solution. Seeing Su Chen's explanation message of several hundred words, Zhou Wanqiu smiled a little. Although she still had a little doubt in her heart. But Su Chen's attitude still made her feel much more comfortable. HMPH. Don't think I believe you so easily. Zhou Wanqiu snorted, and then turned off the lights, and went to sleep. On the other side, after Su Chen sent the message, he breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, he had tried his best to explain. If Zhou Wanqiu still didn't believe it, he couldn't do anything. Su Chen picked up his phone, and walked back to the room that Li Qingyan prepared for him. The room was very clean, and the mattress was new. Su Chen sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the 9 extremes to continue studying. When dealing with Master Cheng tonight, the 9 extremes showed a powerful power. Su Chen was very curious. If he practiced this secret method to the 5th level, with the 9-fold increase in strength, could he match or even kill the strong man in the god realm? You know, Su Chen's vitality is much stronger than the ordinary peak of the innate realm. If it is strengthened a little more, maybe he can really defeat 10 people with one force. Su Chen became more energetic and studied the 9 extremes until dawn. He closed his eyes and rested for a while until the sky in the east was turning pale. Ding ling ling. A cell phone rang. Su Chen opened his eyes and picked up the phone. It was a call from Lu Daoken. Hello. Mr. Lu, what's wrong? Su Chen asked. Lu Daoken smiled and said, Master, where have you been? I don't see you in the room. Miss Yao Nana from the Yao family is here. She wants to take you to the police station to see Liu Zhu Gang's body. You didn't forget it, did you? Su Chen was stunned. He just remembered that he had decided to go to see the body of the delivery man today to see if he could find any clues. Su Chen hurriedly said, ahem. I remember. I'll be back right away. After that, Su Chen hung up the phone and found his own clothes to change. He sent a message to Li Qingyan and left. Along the way, Su Chen activated the wind character formula. Soon, he returned to Cayenne Hotel. When he returned to his floor, he found Yeo Nana waiting at the door of his room. Seeing Su Chen coming back, Yeo Nana walked up to him with a suspicious look on her face. Su Chen, you were not in the room so early in the morning. What were you doing? As she spoke, Yeo Nana moved closer to Su Chen. Her nose twitched and she sniffed. Su Chen was speechless. Well, I went out for a run this morning. He made up an excuse to prevaricate. Yeo Nana looked Su Chen up and down and said, you didn't even sweat a drop. Did you go for a run? I'm in such good health. Of course I don't need to sweat when running. Su Chen said as a matter of course. Yeo Nana immediately asked, then why do you go out for a run when you are in such good health? Su Chen was immediately confused. At the side, Lu Daokan walked out of the next room with a smile on his face. He knew that Su Chen didn't come back last night. So, he wanted to see how Su Chen would explain. Su Chen was a little upset. He didn't want to lie at all. Once a lie was told, he had to use many lies to cover it up. It was hard to say this once, but Yeo Nana caught the loophole. Su Chen's mind was still working quickly, and he said, even if I don't run, I still have to eat breakfast. Don't you think so? Yeo Nana believed it a little. She looked at Su Chen and asked, why didn't I see you bring some breakfast back? I heard you were coming, and came back in a hurry. Su Chen quickly changed the subject. Don't we still have to go to the police station? Why do you keep paying attention to me eating breakfast? Yeo Nana gave up. Okay, let's go. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. These women are too troublesome. Lu Daokan caught up and smiled at Su Chen. Su Chen glared at him. Yeo Nana drove the car, and the three of them drove towards the police station. My grandfather has passed away, but he said we should be prepared. Li Yan and the forensic doctor didn't seem to find anything. If the criminal investigation team and the forensic doctor say so, there will be no additional clues for the delivery man Liu Zhugang. Su Chen smiled and said, my approach is different from that of the forensic doctor and the criminal investigation team. Just take me there. Seeing Su Chen so confident, Yeo Nana was also a little curious. Okay, then I'll rely on you. Yeo Nana smiled. Soon, the three of them arrived at their destination. In front was the hall, where Yeo Zhenfeng and Li Yan were already waiting. Zhou Chen, Advisor Su. Both of them greeted Su Chen first. Su Chen smiled. Mr. Yeo, Captain Li, good morning. Let's go see Liu Zhugang's body first. Okay, Li Yan said. Then, she led the way. Li Yan said, Consultant Su, you need to be prepared in advance. We didn't find any traces at the scene where Liu Zhugang was killed. According to our judgment, it should be a martial arts monk with extremely high cultivation who did it. But there is no surveillance nearby, so from the perspective of criminal investigation, there is no evidence left. From the perspective of forensics, Forensic Dr. Wang just said that the victim was killed with one blow, and there are no other extra clues. Her words were similar to what Yeo Nana said. Su Chen smiled. Don't worry, I have other ways. Just lead me to the body. Li Yan sighed. Although this consultant Su has a noble status, he is still young and energetic, and likes to show off. Li Yan has absolute confidence in herself, in solving cases and finding clues. Otherwise, she would not have been promoted so quickly. But Su Chen's arrogant words made her feel a little disdainful. By the way, Mr. Su, I want to remind you of something. Li Yan turned around and said, in a moment, we will meet the forensic Dr. Wang. Although he is a very skilled forensic doctor, he has a bad temper. If he says something wrong, please bear with me. Su Chen smiled and said, no problem. Soon, the four of them came to the backyard. They walked through the cold corridor and came to a morgue. Liu Zhugang's body is here. Li Yan knocked on the door. A male forensic doctor in his 30s opened the door. Forensic Dr. Wang, this is Consultant Su from the Tiger Guard. He is here to investigate the cause of Liu Zhugang's death. A trace of impatience flashed across Forensic Dr. Wang's face. What else is there to investigate? Didn't I submit the results just now? Liu Zhugang died of a ruptured heart. Su Chen said indifferently, I want to check who killed Liu Zhugang. Forensic Dr. Wang was startled. Then he laughed. Aren't you kidding me? The victim is dead. There is no murder weapon around, and there are no fingerprints, blood, or skin of the murderer on his body. How do you identify the murderer? Su Chen frowned as he looked at the arrogant attitude of forensic Dr. Wang. He said calmly, "You don't need to know how, I'm sure. Just take me to see Liu Zhu Gang's body." Seeing Su Chen's attitude, forensic Dr. Wang was immediately angry and said, "You kid, are you questioning my level?" Su Chen's face sank. On the side, Li Yang quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, "Forensic Dr. Wang, don't be like this. Advisor Su is a member of the Tiger Guards, and he might have other means." She said this to remind forensic Dr. Wang. Su Chen has the identity of the Tiger Guards, so he shouldn't go too far. Hearing this, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed across forensic Dr. Wang's face. "Even if they are from the Tiger Guards, I don't believe they are better than me in the field of forensics. Don't you want to see it? Come. I'll take you to see it now, and see what you can say." Then, forensic Dr. Wang led Su Chen and others to a room. Liu Zhu Gang's body was placed on a bed. Lifting the white sheet, Su Chen performed a mental detection and examined the body. Sure enough, Liu Zhu Gang was hit in the heart and died of a heart rupture. "Okay, you have seen the body, right?" Forensic Dr. Wang said with a provocative look on his face. "Tell me, who killed the victim?" Su Chen turned around and looked at him and said lightly, "You go out first. I need to check it carefully and there will be results soon." Forensic Dr. Wang was about to mock him. "You." Li Yang quickly stopped him. "Okay, Mr. Su, you take your time to check. We will wait for the results." As she spoke, she pulled forensic Dr. Wang away. Yao Zhenfeng and others also left in a hurry. Soon, in the room, only the bodies of Su Chen and Liu Zhu Gang were left. The next chapter will be out at 1 o'clock. Let's go to bed first. Chapter 491 Chaos. Only Su Chen and Liu Zhu Gang's cold body were left in the room. Su Chen sighed. Alas, this Liu Zhu Gang was probably bewitched by others to attack Yao Shan. But he didn't expect that he would be killed in the end. Su Chen closed his eyes slightly and concentrated his mind. Exit. In an instant, a yin spirit walked out of the Niwen Palace. Su Chen's hands changed quickly, forming complex marks. Then, he pointed a finger at Liu Zhu Gang's forehead. Spirit exploration technique. Shortly after a person dies, the residual soul will still leave the scene before death. And Su Chen was going to use the soul exploration technique to find more clues. Su Chen's yin spirit stretched out his hand and pressed on Liu Zhu Gang's forehead. In an instant, pictures appeared in Su Chen's mind. Liu Zhu Gang disguised himself and escaped in a low-key manner. However, a bright red car suddenly blocked in front. The car door opened. A middle-aged beautiful woman, like a ghost, suddenly appeared in front of Liu Zhu Gang. The woman was heavily made up, with bright red nails and a cruel smile on her face. She just stretched out her hand lightly. A terrifying energy instantly hit Liu Zhu Gang's chest. "Ah!" Liu Zhu Gang screamed and fell to the ground. A roar sounded. The middle-aged beauty had already driven away. "Return!" Su Chen shouted. His yin shen returned to his body directly. A smile appeared on the corner of Su Chen's mouth. He had seen the woman's appearance. The rest was to verify her identity. Outside the door, Yao Zhenfeng and others were still waiting. Yao Nana asked curiously, "Grandpa, do you think Su Chen can find anything?" Yao Zhenfeng smiled. Su Chen is not the kind of person who likes to brag. He should have a way. At this time, forensic Dr. Wang sneered. "You guys just like to pretend to know when you don't. Forensic examinations must be based on evidence. There is no trace of the murderer on the body. What can be found out? That boy is just ignorant and confident." Yao Nana looked at forensic Dr. Wang and immediately said dissatisfiedly, "Just because you can't do it doesn't mean Su Chen can't do it. Don't judge others by your own level every day." Forensic Dr. Wang's face suddenly became ugly. He said angrily, "This is my professional field. Don't I understand it better than you? If he can find new clues, I will kowtow to him as my master." At this time, Lu Daokan smiled and said, "Learn skills by arguing. I have used this trick before, so don't try it on me. My master will not accept a stubborn donkey like you." At this time, Su Chen's voice suddenly rang out. That's right, I really don't have the time. Su Chen pushed the door open with a smile on his face. Everyone immediately surrounded him. Su Chen, how is it? Do you know who killed Liu Zhu Gang? Yeo Nana was most curious. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Got it. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Forensic Dr. Wang immediately shouted, impossible. You must be lying. On the side, Li Yan looked at Su Chen in confusion. She couldn't figure out how Su Chen could solve the case. Su Chen asked, do you have a pen and paper? Everyone was stunned, not knowing what Su Chen was going to do. Li Yan quickly handed it over. I have it here. Su Chen took the paper and pen. Then, he lowered his head and quickly drew on the paper. What is this for? Li Yan was a little confused. Yeo Nana looked at Su Chen's painting and said in surprise, Su Chen is drawing a portrait. He is drawing the murderer who killed Liu Zhu Gang. Everyone was shocked and stretched their heads to look over. Soon, the image of the middle-aged beautiful woman in Liu Zhu Gang's residual soul jumped onto the paper. Yeo Zhenfeng quickly asked, Zhou Chen, is this the woman who killed Liu Zhu Gang? Su Chen nodded. At this time, Forensic Dr. Wang said disdainfully, nonsense. I see this painting. It is clear that he just scribbled it. Su Chen glanced at him indifferently and said, I also know what car she drove. As he spoke, Su Chen turned to Li Yan and said, Officer Li, I will tell you a license plate number. You go check it. See if that car appeared in the surveillance of the nearby avenue at the time of Liu Zhu Gang's death. Then, Su Chen wrote the license plate number of the middle-aged beautiful woman's car to Li Yan. Li Yan was a little surprised when she saw Su Chen's confident look. Su Chen looked like he was really serious. But this doesn't make sense at all. How can you ask the appearance of the murderer and the license plate number of the car driven by a corpse? Although puzzled, she immediately sent the license plate number to her colleagues and asked them to check the road surveillance. During the time of Liu Zhu Gang's death, the nearby road surveillance was backed up by the police station. Forensic Dr. Wang sneered. Li Yan, I think you are crazy too. You actually believe what he said. He just finished speaking. Ding ling ling. Li Yan's cell phone rang. She quickly answered it and pressed the hands-free key. A surprised voice came from the other end. Captain Li, we found it. This car was indeed found in the surveillance near the place where Liu Zhu Gang was killed. Moreover, the time it entered and left the surveillance blind spot coincided with the time of Liu Zhu Gang's death. This car is really suspicious. How did you find it? It's amazing. For a moment, everyone was silent. Forensic Dr. Wang's face was full of disbelief. This is actually true. The murderer's appearance and license plate number can be found through the corpse. This operation simply destroyed Forensic Dr. Wang's theoretical beliefs for many years. Li Yan was stunned and hung up the phone. She looked at Su Chen and said, Mr. Su, you are amazing. Let's go to the police station and use the portrait you drew to lock the criminal in the population information database. In a while, I may have to trouble you to redraw the murderer's appearance with a professional brush. No matter how Su Chen did it, Li Yan now believes that Su Chen's painting is most likely the murderer's appearance. Su Chen nodded. Just now, he just drew it with a ballpoint pen, which is indeed a bit rough. Several people were about to leave. At this time, Forensic Dr. Wang suddenly spoke. He was ashamed that, Mr. Su, I apologize to you. I shouldn't be so arrogant. I shouldn't be a narrow-minded person. Can you tell me how you did it? Forensic Dr. Wang looked troubled. Su Chen said lightly, you can't learn my method. In the future, you should continue to use the forensic methods you learned. After that, Su Chen patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Forensic Dr. Wang was stunned. Su Chen and others walked towards the lobby of the police station. Li Yan said respectfully to Su Chen, Consultant Su, don't be angry with Forensic Dr. Wang. He is very skilled and meticulous in his work. He has solved many major cases through corpses. It is precisely because of his professionalism that he cannot accept others questioning him in his professional field. Su Chen smiled. It's okay. I won't take it to heart. On the side, Yeonana approached Su Chen. Su Chen, tell me, how did you find out? Su Chen said, keep it a secret. Yeonana immediately curled her lips. Stingy guy. The group quickly arrived at the police station office. A chubby male police officer came forward. Captain Lee, we continued to check the car just now and found that it was a fake license plate car. Follow up, the car also disappeared when it drove to the blind spot of the surveillance. I'm afraid this line is broken. Li Yan smiled and said, it's okay. Chen Chao, there is no need to check the car. Now we have a portrait of the murderer. The fat police officer Chen Chao was stunned. No way. There are no surveillance cameras nearby, and there are no witnesses. How is this possible? Li Yan smiled and said, then don't worry about it. Hurry up and get me a paintbrush and paper. Chen Chao hurried out and brought a professional paintbrush and paper. Su Chen took it. He raised his hand and quickly painted another picture. This time, the portrait of the middle-aged beautiful woman was clearer and more realistic. Is this woman the murderer? Chen Chao was shocked. Su Chen smiled and said, don't underestimate this woman. She is a martial arts master and a master of the Xianshan realm. Everyone was shocked. Li Yan said, Chen Chao, you should do something else first. I'll scan this painting first and do a face search in the population information database. Chen Chao left. Su Chen and others went to search with Li Yan. However, to Su Chen's disappointment, after searching for a long time, the population information database did not find this woman at all. There are some people who look 70% to 80% similar to the one drawn by Su Chen. But Su Chen saw at a glance that they were not the same person at all. Li Yan was disappointed and said, I guess this woman has already used some tricks to erase all traces in our system. Yao Nana and Yao Zhenfeng also looked regretful. At this time, Su Chen said, it's okay. I'll send this painting to the Tiger Guards later. They should have a database of warriors. Maybe we can find this woman there. Everyone's eyes lit up. Zhou Chen, please. Yao Zhenfeng looked at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and said, Grandpa Yao, you're too polite. At this moment, a chaotic sound rang out outside. Fuck you. Get out. I'm hitting the police symbols. Everyone was shocked. This is where the police symbols work. Who dares to mess around? The third update. A little late. Forgive me. I'll try my best in the next update. Don't wait. Chapter 492. If you don't apologize, I will beat you up. Su Chen and others looked up and looked outside the house. Li Yan frowned slightly. Mr. Su, I'll go out and take a look first. Su Chen said, let's go together. Everyone walked out. I saw a group of police symbols already surrounded in a circle, and the source of the chaos was in the middle of the circle. Li Yan, Su Chen and others hurried over. I saw two police symbols twisting a young man with yellow hair. One of them was the fat police symbol Chen Chao, who had just given Su Chen paper and pen. Fuck you. Let me go. You dare to catch me? Who gives you the courage? Wait until my mother comes. I can get out immediately. KO. The yellow-haired man kept cursing and kicking the tables and chairs around him. Many tables, chairs, folders, and computers were knocked to the ground by him. Bastard. It's this damn bastard again. Li Yan's face turned black and she cursed. Su Chen frowned slightly and asked in confusion, who is this kid? Why is he so arrogant? Li Yan said angrily, this grandson is called Wu Zhenghua. His mother is the chairman of the Huan Club. She is rich and powerful, so he is so arrogant. This is not the first time he has come. It's like this every time. But no matter what he did, his mother Liu Wanqiu can always make the victim reconcile, and we can't do anything to him. Su Chen's face sank. Nowadays, these rich people are really too arrogant. At this time, Chen Chao and his colleagues stepped forward and tried to control Wu Zhenghua. Wu Zhenghua turned around suddenly and kicked Chen Chao hard. Chen Chao was unable to dodge and was kicked down by him. Wu Zhenghua laughed loudly and hurriedly stepped forward and kicked a few times, then stepped on Chen Chao's face with his foot. At this time, several police symbols rushed up and hugged Wu Zhenghua together. Chen Chao got up from the ground, covered in dust. There was also a big footprint on his face. Wu Zhenghua laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Idiot. Chen Chao's face was full of humiliation and flushed. Being humiliated by a criminal suspect like this, he felt like he was going to explode. Fuck you. Chen Chao raised his fist and rushed towards Wu Zhenghua. Chen Chao, don't be impulsive. Calm down. Everyone tried to dissuade him. However, Chen Chao ignored him. He said with red eyes, even if I don't wear this clothes anymore, I will beat him up. At this time, Wu Zhenghao laughed and said, don't worry about him. Let this grandson come over and try to touch me. If you touch me, not only will I make you unable to wear this skin, but I will also destroy your family. Does your wife go to work? Do your children go to school? Do your parents buy vegetables? Ah, come on. Grandson, try to touch me. Wu Zhenghao was arrogant. Chen Chao, who was originally furious, froze in place in an instant, his face full of painful struggle. He can stop doing this business, but his family has to live. If you offend a beast like Wu Zhenghao, your family may never have peace in their lives. Chen Chao put down his fist helplessly, his face full of desolation. The other police symbols around him also looked sad and humiliated when they saw this scene. Ha ha ha. Wu Zhenghao laughed wildly, a bunch of cowards. Come and hit me. At this moment, Su Chen's steps flashed, and he was in front of Wu Zhenghao in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand. Snap. A slap. Slapped hard. The force was so great that Wu Zhenghao, who was originally held down by 4 police symbols, flew out directly. Puff, puff. Wu Zhenghao fell to the ground and spit out several teeth. Bright red blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Li Yan was even more shocked. Wu Zhenghao shook his head and struggled to get up. He looked at Su Chen with a shocked face. Asshole, you hit me? Su Chen stepped closer to him. Are you not sure? As soon as the voice fell, Su Chen slapped him again. Snap. Wu Zhenghao was beaten and turned around 3 times again. Puff, puff, puff. Another 6 or 7 teeth were spit out. Su Chen said lightly, are you sure now? Wu Zhenghao got up and rushed towards Su Chen. Fuck you. Before he could get close, Su Chen kicked him. Bang. Wu Zhenghao flew backwards like a cannonball. Boom. He knocked over several tables in succession before falling heavily to the ground. At this moment, Wu Zhenghao felt that all his bones were broken. Su Chen stepped forward, grabbed his hair directly, and dragged him in front of Chen Chao. Kneel down. Kowtow and apologize. Otherwise, I will beat you again. Wu Zhenghao was finally scared. He knelt down and kowtowed. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Chen Chao looked at Su Chen with gratitude. Li Yan's face was also grateful and worried. She came forward and said, Mr. Su, Wu Zhenghao's mother. Su Chen waved his hand and said, don't worry. I will help you solve this problem completely. Li Yan was relieved. What did this bastard do? Su Chen asked. Li Yan looked at Chen Chao. Chen Chao hurriedly said, Mr. Su, he is suspected of rape. Last night, he saw a couple and went up to the girl to seduce them. I don't know if the girl was possessed, but she really followed him. The boy wanted to stop him, but was beaten by his men. As a result, the girl reported to the police today that she was unconscious at the time and was taken away by him. Hearing this process, Su Chen's face sank. He bent down and pulled Wu Zhenghao's arm. Wu Zhenghao panicked. What are you doing? Su Chen glared at him and said coldly, if you don't want to be beaten, shut up. Wu Zhenghao immediately lowered his head and dared not speak. Su Chen pulled down his sleeves. Suddenly, a round bead bracelet appeared. The style and appearance of the bracelet were exactly the same as the one that Pang Shaoxan had given to Zi Yingying. Yao Nana was shocked and said, this bracelet seems to be the same as Zi Yingying's. Su Chen nodded. It's the same thing. Yao Nana immediately understood that the girl who was harmed by Wu Zhenghao should have been like herself that night and was lost in the mind by the incense Su Chen mentioned. Su Chen's face darkened. It seems that there are more than one bracelets with this incense. Wu Zhenghao, you used this bracelet to harm that girl, right? Su Chen asked coldly. Wu Zhenghao's face changed. This is just an ordinary bracelet. The girl also voluntarily followed me, and there is surveillance to prove it. Su Chen had a mocking smile on his face. After being lost in the mind by your incense, she would definitely voluntarily follow you. Let me ask you, are you from Jinglin Villa? Wu Zhenghao hesitated. Su Chen stepped on his hand. Then, he crushed it hard. Ah! Wu Zhenghao screamed, and he hurriedly said, yes, yes. My mother's brilliant club is the property of Jinglin Villa. Su Chen nodded. This is right. It seems that Jinglin Villa may have made a lot of bracelets like this. The person who made the soul bewitching incense must still be there. Wu Zhenghua lowered his head, his eyes filled with resentment. When his mother Liu Wanqiu comes, he will kill this bastard. Su Chen turned around and said to Li Yan, now, take him in for interrogation and record the whole process. Li Yan was stunned and said, Mr. Su, it's useless. This bastard is very experienced. He won't say anything before his mother comes. Su Chen smiled mysteriously and said, listen to me. Go and try. As he spoke, Su Chen grabbed Wu Zhenghua, lifted him up directly, and handed him to Chen Chao. At the same time, Su Chen's mental power surged out from the Niwen Palace. Swish. A mental imprint was branded fiercely in Wu Zhenghua's mind. Ah! Wu Zhenghua screamed. In an instant, his head was dizzy. Only one voice echoed in his mind, confess honestly. Li Yan and Chen Chao were skeptical and took Wu Zhenghua to the interrogation room. The two turned on the equipment and looked at each other with some confusion. Li Yan spoke first. Wu Zhenghua, tell me honestly, did you use any means to confuse the victim last night? Wu Zhenghua nodded. Yes. I used the soul capturing incense beads to confuse her. Then, I took her away in front of her boyfriend. Her boyfriend was so mad, but he couldn't stop her. What I like to see most is the angry look on the boyfriends of these women. Haha. Instantly, Li Yan and Chen Chao were shocked. Chapter 4. I can't bear it anymore. Let's go to bed quickly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493. Call your backer. Li Yan and Chen Chao looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. What Su Chen said was actually true. Wu Zhenghua actually started to confess. The two hurriedly continued to ask, did you do this when you were accused before? Wu Zhenghua nodded, of course. This is my favorite thing. In the beginning, I robbed someone else's girlfriend, which was great. In the middle, I slept with someone else's girlfriend, which was great again. In the end, your police symbols couldn't do anything to me, which was great again. Haha. Where can I find such a great thing? Li Yan and Chen Chao were immediately furious. Chen Chao asked, then aren't you afraid of being exposed and being put in jail? I'm afraid of nothing. Wu Zhenghua looked arrogant. My mother is the chairman of the Brilliant Club. Even if something happens to me, she can help me deal with it. Give me the money first, and then threaten me at worst. Those ordinary people will behave after being scared. Li Yan gritted her teeth in anger. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. You are talking so excitedly. Don't you have any evidence left? Wu Zhenghua said, there is evidence. I slept with these people, and I took videos of many of them. I put them all in a private cloud disk. No one knows the account and password except me. I often take it out to enjoy. Especially some women, who suddenly wake up and scream and want to escape, but I hold them down. The more they struggle, the more excited I am. Haha. Li Yan and Chen Chao's eyes lit up immediately. Tell me your cloud disk account and password. Li Yan hurriedly urged. Wu Zhenghua was like a demon, regardless of anything, and said it directly. Li Yan wrote it down on the spot. Go online and check the contents of this cloud disk. Chen Chao quickly turned on the computer and searched. Not long after, he looked excited and looked at Li Yan. Captain Li. This is indeed Wu Zhenghua's cloud disk, and it contains videos he shot himself. The evidence inside is enough to prove that he has violated the will of women. Not only that, this bastard also recorded the ending methods for each victimized woman. How much money his mother gave, whether he beat anyone. This bastard recorded it all. Li Yan was overjoyed. Wu Zhenghua, this bastard, must have a collecting habit. But this time, he left a big tail for himself. Great. Hurry up and copy all these materials. Li Yan hurriedly instructed. Chen Chao nodded, his face full of excitement. These evidences are enough to keep this bastard in prison until retirement. Soon, everything was done. Li Yan and Chen Chao walked out of the interrogation room with excitement. The two looked at Su Chen excitedly. Mr. Su, you are amazing. Li Yan was excited. That bastard really confessed everything he had done, bit by bit. Yao Zhenfeng and others were all shocked. Yao Nana exclaimed, Su Chen, you can interrogate people. What else can't you do? Su Chen smiled. Chen Chao gave Su Chen a thumbs up. He asked, Mr. Su, I really want to know how you did it. Su Chen thought about it and made up a reasonable reason. I'm a doctor and I know a little bit about hypnosis. I just used some medicine and hypnosis, and it worked. Chen Chao was puzzled. Li Yan hurried forward and asked, Mr. Su, what should we do with Wu Zhenghua now? Su Chen smiled and said, it's very simple. I just need to make him sober again. As he spoke, Su Chen followed Li Yan and Chen Chao to the interrogation room. Snap. Su Chen lightly snapped his fingers. At the same time, a weak spiritual sharp thorn pierced Wu Zhenghua. Ah! Wu Zhenghua screamed in pain and then woke up. He looked at the surrounding environment and was shocked. Wu Zhenghua's consciousness was still stuck in the time when he was outside just now. Now he suddenly came to the interrogation room, which made him a little confused. How did I get here? What did you do to me? Wu Zhenghua said in horror. Su Chen sneered. Of course I'm interrogating you. Wu Zhenghua's face changed. I didn't commit any crime. You're interrogating me. At this time, Li Yan smiled faintly. No crime? We have the evidence in our hands, and you still dare to say that you haven't committed any crime? Some people like to take videos when they commit crimes. This is really unexpected. With those videos, you can never escape legal sanctions again. Wu Zhenghua's face changed drastically. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Yan sneered. Then, she turned the computer monitor around and let Wu Zhenghua watch it. Take a look at this first, and then tell us if we are talking nonsense. When Wu Zhenghua saw the content in his cloud disk, he was immediately panicked. He was shocked, and then he was about to pounce on and snatch the computer. Su Chen kicked out. Bang! Wu Zhenghua flew out directly. All the data in your cloud disk has been copied. It's useless even if you smash the computer or delete the account. On the other side, Chen Chao hurriedly called for help. Several police symbols stepped forward and restrained Wu Zhenghua. Li Yan glared at Wu Zhenghua and said, asshole, don't even think about getting out in this life. Wu Zhenghua's face was full of horror. He shouted loudly, fake. That's all fake. It can't be used as evidence. Wait for my mother to come. My mother will definitely save me. At this moment, a noise came from outside the door. Who dares to touch my son? I will destroy his family. After a sharp scolding, a fat woman suddenly appeared. Behind her, there was a group of bodyguards. This woman was Wu Zhenghua's mother, Liu Wanqiu, the chairman of the Huan Club. Mom! Wu Zhenghua shouted immediately. When Liu Wanqiu saw her son, she hurried over and pushed the police symbols aside. Son, what's wrong with you? Which bastard beat you up like this? I'm going to kill him. Liu Wanqiu cursed. Su Chen sneered. You dare to shout murder in the police station. You are really lawless. Liu Wanqiu turned around and stared at Su Chen. Little thing, I told you. What can you do? Did you see me kill someone in the police station? Wu Zhenghua pointed at Su Chen and shouted, Mom, it's him. He beat me. Liu Wanqiu's face changed immediately. She stared at Su Chen. Okay. It turned out to be you, the bastard. No wonder you are so arrogant. Little bitch, you're dead. Remember, you're dead. Snap. Before she finished her words, Su Chen slapped her in the face. Liu Wanqiu flew out on the spot. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Even the bodyguards didn't dare to move. Su Chen's action of beating people was so decisive. No face left at all. Liu Wanqiu lay on the ground, and it took a long time for her to recover. Wu Zhenghua quickly helped his mother up. Liu Wanqiu stared at Su Chen and cursed. Asshole, how dare you hit me? Su Chen said coldly, if your mouth continues to be so stinky, I dare to tear it off. Do you believe it? Stared at by Su Chen's cold eyes, Liu Wanqiu trembled all over. She glared at her bodyguards fiercely and cursed loudly. Fuck your ancestors. I was beaten. Are you all blind? Beat him up. A bodyguard whispered. Director Liu, this is in the police station. Liu Wanqiu was immediately furious. Fuck. This kid is not afraid. What are you afraid of? If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Go. Immediately, 6 bodyguards gritted their teeth and rushed towards Su Chen. Su Chen sneered. Then, he kicked with lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang. 6 loud noises in a row. 6 people flew out directly. They fell to the ground and could not get up again. Liu Wanqiu was stunned on the spot, and there was a trace of fear in her eyes when she looked at Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Li Yan and smiled. Is this considered self-defense? Of course. I'll testify for you, Li Yan said immediately. Liu Wanqiu swallowed her saliva and then cursed. Asshole, don't think you are so powerful just because you have some martial arts skills. Even if you can fight, the person behind me can kill you. Su Chen looked at her coldly and said lightly, the person behind you? You are talking about Jinglin Villa, right? You know? Liu Wanqiu was shocked. Su Chen sneered, is it Pang Qiuan and Pang Xiaoxun? Liu Wanqiu was even more shocked. Do you know Pang Xiao and Pang Yi? Pang Yi? Haha. Su Chen sneered, I'll call your so-called backers over now and see if they dare to kill me. As he spoke, Su Chen took out his mobile phone. Dial it out. Chapter 494. A lot of stock. Seeing Su Chen dialing the phone, Liu Wanqiu still looked unbelieving. She turned around and asked Wu Zhenghua beside her. Son, who is this guy? Wu Zhenghua looked bitter. Mom, I don't know. As soon as he came out, he hit me first. I don't even know where he came from. You have to save me. I don't know what means this kid used to trick my cloud drive out, and there are videos I recorded in it. Liu Wanqiu's face changed. You also recorded a video? How can you be so careless? Now, it depends on whether Pang Qiuan can save you. You're just causing me trouble. Wu Zhenghua looked miserable. Mom, don't worry, I think this kid is pretending. Liu Wanqiu didn't say anything, staring at Su Chen. On Su Chen's side, the call was quickly connected. Pang Qiuan shuddered when he received Su Chen's call. He asked, Mr. Su, you called me, what's the matter? Su Chen said coldly, nothing important. I just want to ask, how is my 10 billion prepared? Pang Qiuan pleaded, Mr. Su, didn't you say you would give us 2 more days? I'm still selling some assets, and I only have 5 billion in my hands. If you want to get 10 billion, you have to wait a little longer. Su Chen said indifferently, 5 billion? Send me the 5 billion first. It just so happens that I have someone here who wants to see you. I want to see your person within 15 minutes. After that, Su Chen hung up the phone and sent a location directly to Pang Qiuan. On the side, Liu Wanqiu stared at Su Chen in amazement. Are you calling from my Pang Yi? Su Chen smiled. I don't know if it's Pang Yi or not. If you're talking about Pang Qiuan from Jinglin Villa, then you're right. He'll be here in 15 minutes. Liu Wanqiu was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Ha ha ha. I thought you really knew Pang Yi, but it turns out you were just pretending. In the entire Dongjiang province, few people dare to talk to Pang Yi in this way. You asked Pang Yi to get here in 15 minutes. It's ridiculous. Although Liu Wanqiu didn't understand what Su Chen said when he called just now about 10 billion or 5 billion, she was sure that no one dared to talk to Pang Qiuan in this way, and Su Chen must be pretending. Su Chen said coldly, just wait patiently for 15 minutes. Okay. Liu Wanqiu stared at Su Chen. You'd better know Mr. Pang, so you can still survive. If you don't know Mr. Pang, you're dead. Su Chen smiled. Who's dead? See you in 15 minutes. Humph. Liu Wanqiu didn't say anything. She took out her phone and set the time. Tick, tick. Time passed by. Soon, 15 minutes were almost up. Liu Wanqiu laughed. Boy, 15 minutes are up now. You can't pretend anymore, can you? As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded outside. Ta-da-da. Click. The door opened, and a middle-aged man ran in with panicked steps. It was Pang Qiuan. Liu Wanqiu was stunned. Mr. Pang. She hurried to the door. Liu Wanqiu stopped Pang Qiuan with a flattering smile on her face. Mr. Pang, why are you here? Is there something you need? She didn't finish her words. Bang. Pang Qiuan slapped her in the face. Fuck you. Don't get in my way. He kicked Liu Wanqiu away and rushed to Su Chen. Mr. Su, I have fulfilled my mission. 15 minutes is just right. Pan Qiuan bowed deeply to Su Chen. At this moment, he was panting and sweating. Then he took out a bank card. Mr. Su, this is an anonymous bank card with 5 billion in it. I will collect the other 5 billion owed to you as soon as possible. Su Chen took the card and said lightly, please do it as soon as possible. My patience is limited. Immediately, Pan Qiuan lowered his head even more. Okay. Please rest assured, I have already sold my assets and will be able to collect them soon. Su Chen nodded. At this time, Liu Wanqiu and Wu Zhenghe on the side were completely dumbfounded. Is this still the Pang Yi of Jinglin Villa? Before, when I met Pang Yi, every time he was not surrounded by people and arrogant. How could he be so humble in front of this young man? Pan Qiuan looked up and asked, Mr. Su, you just said that someone of mine wants to see me. What does that mean? Suddenly, Liu Wanqiu and Wu Zhenghe trembled all over. The mother and son immediately had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Su Chen pointed at the two and said lightly, are these your subordinates? Pan Qiuan's heart tightened and whispered, yes. The brilliant club under her is an asset of our Jinglin Villa. Su Chen said coldly, this woman said that her backer is you and Jinglin Villa. I offended her and her son, so she wants to kill me. Pan Qiuan trembled all over. He hurriedly shouted, Mr. Su, this woman, her position as the chairman of the brilliant club, is dismissed. From now on, she has nothing to do with our Jinglin Villa. All her words and deeds have nothing to do with our Jinglin Villa. Liu Wanqiu was stunned. She thought that, even if Pan Qiuan didn't stand up for her, he would try his best to make peace. She never expected that Pan Qiuan and Jinglin Villa would cut off their relationship with her the moment they knew she had offended Su Chen. Pan Yi, please don't. Liu Wanqiu shouted, I have worked in the brilliant club for so many years. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. Pan Yi, I have shed blood and sweat for Jinglin Villa. As soon as she finished speaking, bang, Pan Qiuan rushed over and kicked her down hard. Shut the fuck up. In the future, if you dare to say that you have anything to do with my Jinglin Villa again, I will kill you and your mother. Pan Qiuan's eyes were full of murderous light. He couldn't suppress Su Chen, but dealing with Liu Wanqiu was a piece of cake. Liu Wanqiu fell to the ground with a look of despair. She couldn't figure out who the young man in front of her was. Why was even Pan Qiuan afraid of him, and to this extent? Su Chen turned around and looked at Li Yan. Captain Li, you can also investigate this woman. If anyone stops you from investigating, tell me. Li Yan was overjoyed. Liu Wanqiu must have done a lot of things. Pan Qiuan shuddered at the sight. He understood that Su Chen's words stop the investigation were directed at him. Liu Wanqiu saw that Pan Qiuan didn't dare to speak, and her face was full of despair. Li Yan waved his hand. Several police symbols came up and were about to drag the mother and son away. At this time, Su Chen suddenly said, wait a minute. I'll get something. As he spoke, Su Chen walked to Wu Zhenghe and took the round bead bracelet directly from his hand. He waved his hand. Li Yan asked someone to take Liu Wanqiu and her son away. Su Chen, holding the bracelet, walked to Pan Qiuan. Pan Qiuan, it seems that you have a lot of this kind of things in Jinglin Villa. Su Chen said with sarcasm. Pan Qiuan's face changed. He trembled and said, Mr. Su, this, I don't know what's going on. Maybe Liu Wanqiu got it from other channels. Su Chen sneered. Pan Qiuan, do you believe what you said? How much inventory do you have left? Also, where is the person who made this thing? Hand it all over to me. Pan Qiuan gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Su, our Jinglin Villa is really gone. The priest who made this thing has left our Jinglin Villa. Please understand. Su Chen said coldly, I don't care. I only ask you, when will you hand the person over to me? If you can't hand it over, then I can only go to your Jinglin Villa to search myself. By then, not only will I visit your villa, but the people of the Tiger Guards will be very interested in your villa. Pan Qiuan hurriedly said, Mr. Su, please give me a few more days, and I will help you find out where the priest has gone. Su Chen sneered. You decide. I hope that the next time we meet, it won't be in your Jinglin Villa. Go away. A gloomy look flashed across Pan Qiuan's face, and he nodded and left quickly. Su Chen looked at Pan Qiuan's back, thinking carefully in his heart. It is estimated that Jinglin Villa will not be honest. As for what tricks they are going to use, Su Chen doesn't care. He will just deal with them as they come. Li Yan came over and looked at Su Chen with gratitude. Mr. Su, thank you. If it weren't for you, Wu Zhenghua and his son would probably be in trouble again. Su Chen smiled. Just investigate. If you have any trouble, find me. Yeah. Li Yan looked grateful. Before, she thought that Su Chen was unreliable and just relied on his identity as a tiger guard to mess around. But now, she understands how powerful Su Chen is. Wu Zhenghua alone can make the entire police station helpless. And Su Chen can not only deal with him, but also his mother, and even the backers behind his mother. That's amazing. Then, Su Chen turned and walked towards Yao Zhenfeng and Yao Nana. Mr. Yao, I'm going to the base of the Tiger Guard to check on the woman who killed Liu Zhugang. You and Miss Yao go home first. I'll contact you when I have news. Yao Zhenfeng nodded and thanked Su Chen again and again. After that, he left with Yao Nana. The next chapter is expected to be at 1 o'clock. Let's go to bed first. Chapter 495. The Deadly Enemy of the Tiger Guards. After the grandfather and grandson of the Yao family left, Su Chen took out his mobile phone and called Pei Zhenchang. Hello, Mr. Su, where did you kill this time? Su Chen smiled and said, I'm going to disappoint you this time. I didn't kill anyone this time, but I wanted to find someone. Find someone? Pei Zhenchang asked in confusion. Su Chen told the whole story. Pei Zhenchang immediately understood. Okay, Mr. Su, you can come directly to our Qinhui provincial capital base. We have a computer connected to the intranet here. It's just right to scan a copy of your portrait, and the search will be more accurate. Su Chen nodded. Okay, then I'll go over now. Yeah. Pei Zhenchang nodded. Come over. It's just right that our Captain Qin is here too. Su Chen was startled. Qin Qingmei was there too. What does this have to do with me? The two hung up the phone. Lu Daokan drove and sent Su Chen over. Pei Zhenchang should have greeted the door, and Lu Daokan's car didn't intercept at all. Soon, Su Chen and the others arrived at an office area. At this time, Qin Qingmei and Pei Zhenchang were both standing at the door waiting. Not far away, there were some bruised and swollen members of the Tiger Guard who were peeking. These people were the ones who were gossiping and nosy outside when Su Chen treated Qin Qingmei's injuries last time. In the past 2 days, Qin Qingmei has used the excuse of teaching them martial arts to give them a good beating. Everyone's face was swollen with panda eyes. Su Chen got out of the car and saw Qin Qingmei immediately and was a little surprised. Why did this woman come out too? However, he still greeted them. Hello, Captain Qin. Hello, Team Leader Pei. Qin Qingmei had no expression on her face. Pei Zhenchang smiled and said, Advisor Su, where is your portrait? Take it out. I'll scan it into an electronic version for you. Su Chen took out the picture and handed it to Pei Zhenchang. Pei Zhenchang took it and looked at it, frowning slightly. Hey, it's a woman. This woman seems familiar. Su Chen asked hurriedly, how is it, Team Leader Pei, have you seen this woman? Pei Zhenchang shook his head. I should not have seen this woman, but she looks familiar, but I just can't remember who she is. Mr. Su, don't worry. I will scan the painting for you first, and then compare it in the database. Qin Qingmei was a little curious, but Su Chen didn't show it to her, so she was embarrassed to ask for it directly. She still had to keep her dignity. Pei Zhenchang took the painting and left. Only Su Chen and Qin Qingmei were left at the door. Qin Qingmei said softly, haha, you are really free, and now you are investigating the case. Su Chen sighed and said, old Yao has always been very good to me. I can't ignore his son's troubles. There is another reason that Su Chen didn't say. Zhao's catering is going to enter the provincial capital, and the food center project of Yao's Quinning Entertainment City is a springboard. In this regard, the Zhao family must cooperate with the Yao family. Therefore, the Yao family must not get into trouble. Qin Qingmei raised her eyebrows and said, I thought you were here because of the beauty Yao Nana from the Yao family. Su Chen's mouth twitched. These women, how come they all speak in the same tone? Qin Qingmei is a learned immortal, but her speaking style is somewhat similar to Zhou Wanqiu's. Women are really cut from the same mold. Su Chen said calmly, I'm not that bored. There are so many beauties in the world. How could I find so many things to do just for a beauty? King Mui curled her lips. This is different. The princess of the Yao family is not an ordinary beauty. She is so beautiful that there are only a few in the whole province. Besides, she is the princess of the Yao family. If you marry her, you will have to work less for half your life. Hearing this, Su Chen immediately retorted, according to what Captain Qin said, then Captain Qin, you are not bad either. In terms of appearance, you are no worse than others. In terms of identity, you are still the captain of the special operations team of the Tiger Guard of Dongzhou province. In terms of cultivation, you are even a land immortal. If I find someone like you, won't I have to work less for my whole life? Su Chen was just arguing casually. However, after he finished speaking, he felt a little frivolous. It was a bit like teasing. Sure enough, when King Mui heard this, her beautiful face was suddenly covered with red clouds. You scoundrel. You're such a jerk. King Mui was so angry that she raised her hand and slapped Su Chen. Instantly, a terrifying force burst out. Su Chen's face changed slightly. Fuck. Are you serious? He raised his hand to meet the attack. The energy in his body was running wildly, and after being amplified by the 9 extremes, he suddenly struck out. The two forces collided with each other in an instant. Boom. The next second, a terrifying ripple instantly spread out in all directions. The invisible energy, like a machine gun bullet, directly destroyed everything around. Boom boom boom. Su Chen took a step back, and King Mui just shook. She was shocked. She was at the level of a land immortal, and even a casual attack was not something that an ordinary innate realm strongman could withstand. But Su Chen was not injured, but was able to fight against her. King Mui stared at Su Chen. Have you improved your cultivation again? Then, no, it's your technique. She shook her head. This technique is very powerful. Seeing that even King Mui was shocked by the 9 extremes, Su Chen smiled. Suddenly, he was too lazy to bother her anymore. This 9 extremes was indeed one of Su Chen's greatest gains in the provincial capital. King Mui sighed. Originally, your vitality was not weaker than any demigod. Now, with the help of this secret method, I'm afraid you can resist a bit when facing the god realm. The strong who just entered the god realm may not be able to kill you steadily. Su Chen smiled. Even before he practiced the 9 extremes, the strong in the god realm might not be able to kill him. Su Chen has the speed of the wind character technique, the dodge of the wandering cloud step, the flesh of the unbeaten golden body, and the vitality far beyond the ordinary demigod, and even cultivated the yin god in the terrifying mental power. If he really can't beat him, Su Chen still has the magical power of the golden light on the ground. He just didn't have the confidence to kill the strong in the god realm. Now, Su Chen has the 9 extremes. He doesn't even need to cultivate to the highest level. As long as he can increase his power 5 times, Su Chen will dare to fight against the immortals on land. King Mui didn't know about Su Chen's thoughts. If she knew that Su Chen was already planning how to kill the immortals on land, she would probably be scared to death. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded. Mr. Su, I know who that woman is. Pei Zhenshang ran over in a hurry. Su Chen asked hurriedly, who is it? Pei Zhenshang said, her name is Jiang Yuan. Nickname, called Poison Swift. Su Chen hadn't spoken yet. On the side, King Mui moved immediately. She flashed and took Su Chen's painting directly from Pei Zhenshang's hand. Looking up and down, her face darkened. It turned out to be this vicious woman. King Mui cursed in a low voice. Then, she looked at Su Chen with disgust, and it was Pei Zhenshang. Do I need to search the database? Show me the painting. I'll tell you who it is, right? What a waste of time. Su Chen was confused. Who told you not to look at it? When I gave the painting to Pei Zhenshang just now, you could have come and taken a look. I don't know who was there with his hands behind his back, acting like a hermit. However, Su Chen just kept saying this in his mind. He looked at King Mui and asked, Captain Qin, do you know this woman? King Mui's eyebrows immediately turned upside down. I know this stinky woman, even if she turns into ashes. Su Chen was a little surprised. It seems that King Mui and Jiang Yuan seem to have some grudges. Pei Zhenshang said, Mr. Su, you don't know that this woman is a mortal enemy of our Kinhu Guard. Su Chen was stunned. He asked, Mr. Su, the mortal enemy, is there anyone who dares to offend Kinhu Guard? Chapter 3 is here. Chapter 4, wait a little longer. Alas, I don't want to write every day, but I insist on getting it done every day. Chapter 496 Don't pull. Pei Zhenqiang nodded. He said in a deep voice, this Jiang Yuan is a mortal enemy of our Tiger Guard. Because several of our team leaders died in her hands. At this point, Pei Zhenqiang's face was slightly gloomy. Su Chen was shocked. There really is a martial arts cultivator who killed the team leader of the Tiger Guard and is still alive and well in this world. Su Chen asked, didn't you put her on the wanted list? Qin Qingmui said, Jiang Yuan has been on the list for a long time, but what's the use? Even if all the Tiger Guards work together to catch her, they can't catch her at all. Su Chen glanced at Qin Qingmui and asked, among the Tiger Guards, you, the Guard Chief, and the Deputy Guard Chief, aren't you all in the God Realm? Several God Realms can't catch a Yuan-Ki Grandmaster? Is she hiding all the time and never showing up? Qin Qingmui's face was gloomy. She shook her head slowly. Not only did this woman show up, but she also dared to provoke our Tiger Guards. She even left calmly several times during our roundups. Several team leaders of our Tiger Guards were killed by her when they were rounding her up. Su Chen was very surprised. So, this Jiang Yuan is really something. Why can't you land immortal stop her? Su Chen asked curiously. Qin Qingmui said, just now, didn't I say that this woman's nickname is Poison Swift? Do you know the animal Swift? Su Chen was stunned and shook his head. Qin Qingmui explained, Swifts are one of the fastest flying birds. They are not only extremely fast, but also have excellent endurance. They can even migrate between two continents for several months without landing. Poison Swift is named after Jiang Yuan's name and her characteristics. Su Chen immediately understood. So, Jiang Yuan's speed is probably extremely fast. Is Jiang Yuan's body movement and speed very powerful? Su Chen asked. Qin Qingmui nodded and said, anyway, I can't catch her. Su Chen thought about it and asked, now, has the Tiger Guard confirmed which faction this woman belongs to? Qin Qingmui shook her head and said, we can't even catch her, so how can we know which faction she belongs to? Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that, if you want to know who is targeting Yao Shan, you still have to catch this Jiang Yuan. By the way, Su Chen suddenly said, Captain Qin, do you have any way to lead Jiang Yuan to a certain place? Qin Qingmui's expression was slightly stunned. Pei Zhenqiang's eyes lit up. Advisor Su, can you catch Jiang Yuan? Su Chen nodded. I'm 80% sure. Qin Qingmui's figure flashed suddenly, and then she grabbed Su Chen's arm. She looked a little excited. Su Chen, are you serious? Su Chen only felt a strong force attacking his arm. Qin Qingmui is a land immortal. If an ordinary Yuan-Ki master grabbed with all his strength, his bones would probably be broken. For Su Chen, although his bones were not broken, it was still a little painful. Su Chen's mouth twitched, and he said, sister, isn't it a bit bad to pull like this? Qin Qingmui was startled, and then she noticed her movements. Her face immediately flushed, and then she swung Su Chen's arm fiercely. Do you think I want to pull your arm? Who told you to keep it a secret? Su Chen rolled his eyes. How could he keep it a secret? It was obviously this woman who was excited for no reason. As long as you can lure Jiang Yuan out, I will have an 80% chance of catching her, Su Chen said confidently. Qin Qingmui asked, what trump card do you have to catch Jiang Yuan? Su Chen smiled and said, just make arrangements and lure her out, and leave the rest to me. Seeing that Su Chen refused to say anything, Qin Qingmui was so angry that her teeth itched. Okay, I'll make arrangements. If you can't do it, I'll beat your ass. Qin Qingmui raised her fist at Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Qin Qingmui in astonishment. Ass. What a bad taste this woman has. Qin Qingmui knew she had said something wrong, and immediately felt ashamed and annoyed. Alright. Leave as soon as you're done investigating. Don't disturb our work here. Qin Qingmui ordered her to leave. Su Chen looked annoyed. What attitude? I'm also a consultant of the Tiger Guard. Okay. Then. Su Chen got into Lu Daoken's car and left. Watching the car slowly drive away, Pei Zhenqiang asked, Captain Qin, do you think that the 80% certainty that consultant Su said is possible? Qin Kingmu's face was gloomy. Don't say 80% certainty. Even if it's 10% certainty, we have to try it. This woman Jiang Yuan has brought shame to our tiger guard of Dongjiang province. We can't let her go no matter what. In addition, Qin Kingmu looked at the car that was gradually disappearing. She said calmly, I can never figure out this guy Su Chen. I guess he may have some magical traps. Maybe he can really catch that woman. We'll know in a few days. Pei Zhenshang nodded. On the other side, Su Chen and Lu Daokan came to Yao Zhenfeng's house again. Yao Nana rushed up at the first time. Su Chen, have you found out? Who is that woman? Yao Zhenfeng said, Nana, let Zhou Chen sit down first and have some tea before talking. Yao Nana stuck out her tongue and poured tea for Su Chen and Lu Daokan. Su Chen smiled and said, don't be so polite. Mr. Yao, Miss Yao, I found out. Yao Zhenfeng immediately stared at Su Chen. That woman's name is Jiang Yuan, nicknamed Poison Swift. She is a Xianshan realm expert and a great enemy of the Tiger Guards. However, we don't know which faction this woman works for. I have already discussed with the Tiger Guards. We are going to lure her out and capture her in the next few days. Yao Zhenfeng was overjoyed. Zhou Chen, you have worked hard. Su Chen smiled and said, you are welcome. Then, Su Chen thought for a while and said, Grandpa Yao, I will write you a prescription. Please send someone to the pharmacy to get some medicine. Yao Zhenfeng was stunned and asked, what is this for? Su Chen said, I want to refine a few life-saving pills for the Yao family. If a master attacks and is seriously injured, it can be used to temporarily save life. Yao Zhenfeng was overjoyed. He quickly sent someone to buy the medicinal materials Su Chen needed. Su Chen found an empty room, ground the medicinal materials one by one, and then refined them into pills according to the proportions. In this process, Su Chen injected a lot of longevity energy into the pills. Actually, the elixir is mainly to conceal people's identity. The most important thing is Su Chen's longevity. With this elixir, as long as he is not dismembered on the spot, he can basically hold on for a breath. At that time, as long as Su Chen arrives in time, he can save people. Su Chen refined 5 elixirs and gave them to Yao Zhenfeng. He simply explained the method of use. Yao Zhenfeng was very excited. Zhou Chen, thank you for helping my Yao family so much. Su Chen smiled and said, Grandpa Yao, you are so polite. At the beginning, you gave the food center of the entertainment city project to the Zhao family in order to take care of me. Moreover, you helped the Zhao family to bang the Zhao family. I remember all these favors. Yao Zhenfeng was quite moved. At the side, Yao Nana smiled and said, don't thank me, don't mind the nagging. Su Chen and Yao Zhenfeng looked at each other and laughed. The few of them chatted for a while. Su Chen asked curiously, old Yao, doesn't your family have a master of Yuan Qi? Yao Zhenfeng nodded, yes. However, one is now looking after the business in another province, the other is in the hospital, to take care of the mountains and rivers. Su Chen nodded. It seems that the Yao family does not have many innate masters. In fact, even if there is one more guarding the Yao family, they can't tell. Su Chen asked, who is guarding the Yao family now? Yao Zhenfeng clapped his hands. Masters, please come out. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 figures suddenly appeared in the living room. Among these 5 people, there are middle-aged people and old men. However, they are all masters of Zuanjin. One of them, Su Chen knew. It was Li Yiting who accompanied Yao Zhenfeng to Bincheng. Meet the old master. Everyone simply saluted. Su Chen smiled and said, Mr. Li, how are you? Li Yiting bowed and smiled. Mr. Su, you shock me more and more. Su Chen smiled. Yao Zhenfeng said, Zhou Chen, these masters are responsible for protecting our Yao family. Su Chen nodded. It seems that the strength of the 8 major families is indeed uneven. It is normal for the Dan group not to give face to the Yao family. After all, that night, there were 3 masters brought to Changyangju by Jindangle alone. And there are more masters in Jinglin Villa. Counting only those killed by Su Chen, there are 4 people, Hua, Jiao Zhenling and Wu Kuangshe. Especially Jiao Zhenling and Wu Kuangshe, their martial arts cultivation is much stronger than that of ordinary masters. In addition, It is estimated that there are many martial arts masters in the Martial Arts Alliance, where Guanyuanshan is. The water in the provincial capital is really deep. At this time, Su Chen looked at Li Yiting. Mr. Li, do you want to break through to the Xianshan realm? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Chapter 4 is here. Good night everyone. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you. Chapter 497 Blood Killing Technique. As soon as Su Chen spoke, everyone was stunned. Break through to the Xianshan realm. Go. Li Yiting swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This kind of thing is the dream of all Zhuanjin masters. However, everyone may not be able to reach that step because of different talents, experiences, and luck. The other 4 Zhuanjin masters all looked at Su Chen with puzzlement. Yao Nana suddenly understood. She asked, Su Chen, you mean that you can help Mr. Li to reach the Xianshan realm, right? Su Chen nodded. Suddenly, Li Yiting became excited. His voice trembled and asked, Mr. Su, can I really do it? Su Chen smiled faintly. No problem, I can see that Mr. Li has accumulated enough, but you just lack an opportunity. Suddenly, Li Yiting was very excited. On the side, the other 4 Zhuanjin masters also cast envious eyes on Li Yiting. Su Chen looked at the 4 people again. Finally, he looked at one of the old men and asked, Old man, it seems that you did not become a Xianshan strongman because of your injury, right? The old man was startled. He immediately clasped his fists and said, Mr. Su, you have a good eye. More than 10 years ago, I almost broke through to the Grand Master of Zhou Wanqiu, but a strong enemy attacked me at the critical moment of the breakthrough. In the end, although I repelled the strong enemy, I was seriously injured and lost the hope of advancing to the Xianshan realm forever. A trace of loneliness flashed across the old man's face. Yao Zhenfeng sighed and said, Mr. He's luck is really bad. Otherwise, he might be close to the peak of the Xianshan realm now. Su Chen smiled and said, if you don't mind, I can help you break through to the Xianshan realm. What? Mr. He was shocked. He looked excited and widened his eyes and said, Mr. Su, if you help me advance to the Xianshan realm, Hu Cheng, am willing to serve you. Since failing to advance to the Xianshan realm has almost become Hu Cheng's inner demon. Even if he can reach the Xianshan realm for one day, he is willing to try. Su Chen waved his hand and smiled. No need to do that. As long as you and Mr. Li protect the Yao family, that's all. Li Yiting and Hu Cheng clasped their fists and bowed. We will not let Mr. Su down. Su Chen nodded. Then, he turned to the other 3 Zhuanjin masters and said, You 3, your Zhuanjin cultivation has not yet reached the breakthrough point. If I force you to improve, it will only do more harm than good. I hope you can understand. Later, when you reach the last moment, you can ask me for help. The 3 Zhuanjin masters were stunned. They didn't expect that Su Chen would explain it to them. The 3 smiled and bowed repeatedly, saying, Mr. Su is polite, we understand. On the side, Yao Zhenfeng nodded. Su Chen handled things more and more thoughtfully. While helping Li Yiting and Hu Cheng to improve their realm, he also took care of the feelings of the other 3 Zhuanjin masters. Then, Su Chen took Li Yiting and Hu Cheng into an empty room. Not long after, the door opened. Li Yiting and Hu Cheng walked out with ecstasy on their faces. Yao Nana hurriedly asked, Mr. Li, Mr. He, have you made a breakthrough? The 2 looked at each other and then raised their hands. The surging vitality instantly burst out from the 2 of them. The other 3 Zhuanjin masters were immediately envious. It's vitality. Mr. Su actually helped them break through. Yao Zhenfeng's face was overjoyed. Now, the family has 2 more vitality masters, and its strength has greatly increased. Moreover, facing Jiang Yuan, it also has a little more self-protection power. Su Chen walked out of the room slowly. Li Yiting and Hu Cheng turned around and bowed deeply to Su Chen. Mr. Su, thank you for your help. Su Chen smiled and said, you are too polite. From now on, the safety of the Yao residence will be in your hands. Li Yiting and Hu Cheng nodded heavily. At this time, Yao Zhenfeng came over holding a wooden box. Zhou Chen, you have helped our Yao family so much. I won't say too many words of thanks. Here is a spiritual medicine, I'll give it to you. Su Chen was about to refuse. Yao Zhenfeng directly pressed it into Su Chen's hand. Okay. Don't be polite with me. Su Chen smiled and took it. If he insisted on not taking it, Yao Zhenfeng would probably feel bad. Seeing Su Chen accept it, Yao Zhenfeng sighed. He smiled and said, Zhou Chen, the Yao family has 2 more masters, and I feel much more at ease. Su Chen asked curiously, Grandpa Yao, why didn't the Yao family hire more masters? Yao Zhenfeng smiled bitterly and said, martial arts practitioners generally don't like to serve as offerings to the big families. Unless they are short of money, and the big families give a lot. Anyway, those who are willing to serve as offerings have basically been snatched away by the big families. The rest, who don't like to be constrained, have joined the martial alliance. Su Chen nodded. Alas, there are still a few martial arts masters on hand. Just now, he felt that the Yao family's protection power was weak. As a result, he didn't even have a capable person under his command. Although the Han, Wei, and Han families were all grateful to Su Chen and were willing to help him, he couldn't ask them to protect the Yao family at this time. If he used the identity of the Qinhui consultant, it would be even more inappropriate. Before in Yicheng, Su Chen did recruit Qiu Han. However, he was left in Yicheng to protect Gao Zepeng and Feng Juan. After thinking about it, Su Chen thought of Tan Yangshan. Since helping his daughter Tan Xiang cure narcolepsy, this old man should be a relatively idle person. If there is any need for a master in the future, maybe he can find him. Su Chen was thinking about it. Suddenly, ding-ling-ling, a mobile phone rang. Su Chen looked down and was slightly surprised. Thinking of KO will appear. It turned out to be a call from Tan Yangshan. Su Chen greeted Yao Zhenfeng and walked to the balcony. The call was connected. Hello, Mr. Tan, what's the matter? Su Chen asked. On the other side, the cry of Tan Xiang came. Mr. Su Chen, please, save my dad. My dad is dying. Su Chen was stunned. Tan Yangshan is dying? Ms. Tan, don't worry, explain it slowly. Su Chen said hurriedly. Tan Xiang burst into tears. Woo, Mr. Su, just now my dad suddenly screamed and then fell to the ground. Now, his face is pale and his whole body is hot. He said, let me find you, and then he fainted. Su Chen said hurriedly, okay. Miss Tan, don't worry, I'll be there soon. Hang up the phone. A gleam of light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Tan Yangshan's sudden accident is probably not a serious illness. Because the last time Su Chen saw him, he was in very good health. Su Chen had to see Tan Yangshan to see what happened. Su Chen walked back to the living room and said, Grandpa Yao, a friend of mine is in trouble. I need to rush over. Yao Zhenfeng immediately said, do you need my help? Su Chen waved his hand. I'll go take a look first, and if I need you, I'll come back to bother you. Okay. Go quickly. Yao Zhenfeng said. Then, Su Chen got in Lu Daoken's car and rushed to Tan Yangshan's house. Soon, Su Chen and the others arrived. As soon as he entered the hall, Su Chen saw Tan Yangshan lying on the sofa. Tan Xiang was anxiously taking care of him. Seeing Su Chen, her face suddenly showed ecstasy. Mr. Su, you're here. Come and see my dad. Su Chen walked up quickly and checked Tan Yangshan. Tan Yangshan's face was pale, his lips were purple, and beads of sweat were dripping out. The whole person was so hot that his heart beat more than 200 times. Mr. Su, what's wrong with my dad? Tan Xiang looked anxious. Su Chen said in a deep voice, your father is not sick. Someone used blood-killing magic on him. Chapter 498 Teach him a lesson. Blood-killing technique. Tan Xiang was shocked. She had never heard of this name. Mr. Su, what is blood-killing technique? Tan Xiang looked anxious. Su Chen explained, blood-killing technique is a kind of technique derived from the Zhuan Taoism. But blood-killing technique is at most a side door. However, this technique is still very powerful. When a normal person is hit, their heart will beat wildly, the blood will flow faster, and then it will continue to evaporate and fail, and finally die. Tan Xiang's face suddenly changed. She didn't understand the rest, but she still understood the 4 words until death. Mr. Su, please, save my dad. Tan Xiang burst into tears. Su Chen stepped forward. His hands kept changing seals, pinching fingers and chanting spells. Then, he tapped Tan Yangshan's body several times quickly. In an instant, Tan Yangshan's body abnormality weakened instantly. Even his breathing gradually became smoother. Su Chen said immediately, Miss Tan, now, I have temporarily helped your father to control it, but this is only temporary. Next, you need to buy a few things for me. Tan Xiang quickly took out her mobile phone to record. You say? Su Chen nodded. They are rooster blood, talisman paper, cinnabar, ink, talisman paper, brush. Tan Xiang wrote them all down. After she confirmed with Su Chen again and again what she needed, she hurried out. On the side, Lu Daokan asked in confusion, Master, what do you use those things for? Su Chen said lightly, cure. Lu Daokan was stunned. Soon, Tan Xiang came back with a lot of things in her hands. She was afraid that she didn't buy enough things and delayed Tan Yangshan's treatment. Therefore, she would rather buy the wrong things than let go, and bought a lot of things back. Even a rooster. Looking at Su Chen's stunned eyes, Tan Xiang felt a little embarrassed. I was afraid that the chicken slaughter shop would not give me rooster blood, so I bought a rooster. In case they make a mistake, we can kill it now. Su Chen took the thing and smiled. No need, this is rooster blood, I can smell it. Tan Xiang was shocked. You can smell it too? Su Chen did not explain too much. He directly mixed chicken blood, cinnabar and black ink together. After thinking about it, Su Chen cut his finger again and ripped a drop of blood into it. Then, he dipped the brush in the mixed ink and started to draw on the talisman paper. Su Chen moved the brush very slowly, but very steadily. Drawing talismans is different from ordinary talisman paper. It takes a lot of mind. However, he finished it quickly. Lu Daokan asked curiously, Master, what is this? Su Chen said, Purification Talisman. Lu Daokan and Tan Xiang were both confused. Seeing that the two did not understand, Su Chen explained, Mr. Tan was hit by the enemy's blood killing technique. Now, someone is launching this evil technique in the distance. What I have to do now is to isolate Mr. Tan, so that the evil technique of that person can no longer work. After hearing this, the two did not quite understand. At this moment, on the sofa, Tan Yangshan suddenly trembled again, and his body temperature soared. He returned to his previous state again. Dad. Tan Xiang looked at Su Chen anxiously. Su Chen quickly put away the things, and walked to Tan Yangshan with the talisman paper. Snap. Su Chen picked up the purification talisman and pasted it directly on Tan Yangshan's forehead. Then, he stepped back and began to chant. 7-star chaos order, purify the law and clear the spirit. Command. Su Chen's hand seals kept changing, and finally the seal was pointed at Tan Yangshan's forehead. Puff. The purification talisman actually burned. However, it did not burn Tan Yangshan at all. Tan Xiang saw this scene and almost cried out. Soon, a purification talisman burned into paper ash. The ashes of paper were magically scattered around Tan Yangshan, like a moat. Su Chen smiled. It's done. As expected, Tan Yangshan completely regained his composure, as if nothing had happened. Tan Xiang was delighted and asked, Mr. Su, did you break the blood killing technique? Su Chen shook his head. The purification talisman is only used to isolate that person's blood killing technique. But the blood seed of the blood killing technique is still in your father's body. The blood seed must be taken out, otherwise that person can still use the blood killing technique in the future. Tan Xiang begged hurriedly, please, Mr. Su, help my father take out the blood seed. Su Chen nodded. Then, his mental power poured out and covered Tan Yangshan's whole body. Not long after, Su Chen's face lit up. He had found the location of the blood seed. He pointed at Tan Yangshan's body with several fingers in a row. From the lower abdomen to the lower abdomen, then to the chest, and finally to the neck. Poof. Tan Yangshan opened his mouth. A mouthful of blood was spat out directly onto the ground. The three looked over. In the mass of blood, there was actually a solid object the size of a millet grain. It bounced like a heart. Lu Daokan was shocked. Is this the blood seed you mentioned? Su Chen nodded. He picked up an ashtray and covered the blood seed. Then, Su Chen fed Tan Yangshan a pill and passed on some longevity energy. Not long after, Tan Yangshan slowly opened his eyes. The first person he saw was Su Chen. Tan Yangshan's face showed joy. Mr. Su, you saved me. Tan Xiang shouted. Dad. She threw herself to Tan Yangshan. tears streaming down her face. Tan Xiang was brought up by her father Tan Yangshan since she was a child, and he doted on her. If anything happened to Tan Yangshan, she really couldn't accept it. The joy of regaining what she had lost made Tan Xiang cry with joy. Tan Yangshan comforted her for a while before Tan Xiang calmed down. "Mr. Su, thank you for saving my life." Tan Yangshan stood up and was about to kneel down to Su Chen. Tan Xiang hurriedly followed him. Su Chen stretched out his hand and stopped the two of them. He smiled and said, "You two don't have to do this." Then, Su Chen asked Tan Yangshan, "Mr. Tan, which enemy attacked you with this blood-killing technique?" A trace of anger flashed across Tan Yangshan's face. Who else could it be except Jinglinvilla? Su Chen nodded slightly. He had thought so just now. Before, Jinglinvilla used the antidote of Changmeng lotus seed to drive Tan Yangshan. Now that Tan Xiang has recovered, Jinglinvilla has lost control of Tan Yangshan, and there will definitely be follow-up actions. Tan Yangshan gnashed his teeth and said, "Jinglinvilla has never shown mercy to martial arts practitioners who want to leave. Although, I only helped them do some things because of Xiaoying's medicine before. But in their eyes, I'm already their dog. I want to leave, so of course I have to be taught a lesson. This is not only a punishment for me, but also a warning to other martial arts practitioners who want to leave." Su Chen pointed to the blood seed on the ground and asked, "Then do you know when you were planted with the blood seed?" Tan Yangshan's face changed. He shook his head. "I don't know. I'm afraid these beasts have been wary of me since I started working for them. They planted this blood seed in me just waiting for today. If I continue to work for them, I will be safe. If you dare to leave Jinglinvilla, you will use this blood killing technique." At this point, Tan Yangshan narrowed his eyes. No wonder my friend wanted to escape before, but failed in the end. His eyes were full of hatred. Su Chen nodded. He looked at the blood seed on the ground. Then, he rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a piece of talisman paper. Su Chen stepped forward. He lifted up the ashtray and wrapped the blood on the ground with the talisman paper. Tan Yangshan looked puzzled. "Mr. Su, what are you going to do?" A sneer appeared on Su Chen's face. "Teach that guy who used the blood killing technique a lesson." Chapter 499. I killed him like butchering a dog. Tan Yangshan and the other two were shocked. "Can you do it with just this piece of talisman paper?" Tan Yangshan asked. Su Chen smiled. "You would just use the blood killing technique from a distance. Do you still doubt the power of this technique?" Tan Yangshan was stunned and then turned into a bitter smile. On the side, Tan Xiang was curious. "Mr. Su, do you also know the magic used by immortals?" Su Chen smiled. "This is not a magic, just some basic Taoist magic. And, mainly because the opponent is still using the blood killing technique, I can use it to fight back." Lu Daokan didn't say anything. In the past few days, he has followed Su Chen and has completely accepted two facts. First, this world is magical, and many things that he didn't believe in before are real. Second, this young master is even more magical. There is nothing he doesn't know, and nothing he can't do. Su Chen wrapped the blood seed with talisman paper. This talisman paper was obtained by him from the 10 perfect crazy monk. It is called the soul-destroying talisman. He made seals with both hands and pinched the talisman paper between his fingers. Then, Su Chen sat cross-legged. "Miss Tan, please clean up the ash of the talisman paper around." Su Chen arranged. Tan Xiang was startled. "Oh, okay." She quickly found a broom and swept the ash that had just burned aside. The talisman paper ash of the talisman paper blocked the enemy's blood killing technique against Tan Yangshan. It must be swept away before Su Chen can use the blood killing technique to counterattack. The next second, whoosh, a gust of cold wind blew. In Su Chen's hand, the soul-destroying talisman paper wrapped in the blood seed suddenly trembled wildly. "Here it comes." Su Chen sneered. "Blue sky and yellow spring, kill gods and destroy souls. Command." The voice fell. Puff. The talisman paper wrapped in the blood seed burned instantly. "Ah!" A shrill scream sounded. Tan Yangshan and others were startled. Then, they saw a ray of red light flying away at a very fast speed. Su Chen clapped his hands and stood up. Tan Xiang looked curious. "Mr. Su, is it done?" Su Chen nodded. "Will the bad guy who harmed my father die?" Tan Xiang's eyes were full of expectation. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. It's possible, but the probability is not high. The man who used the blood killing technique should have some attainments in the technique. It's difficult to kill him with just a piece of talisman paper. However, it shouldn't be a problem to injure him severely and make him behave in the short term. Tan Xiang smiled. That's fine. Teach this bastard a lesson. Thank you, Mr. Su. At this moment, in an extremely luxurious manner in the provincial capital, in a single family villa, an old man in a Taoist robe was sitting cross-legged. In front of him, there were various magic tools and props. There were talisman paper, cinnabar, glutinous rice, copper bells, wooden swords, etc. Next to him, there was a young man, also wearing a Taoist robe, standing aside. Master, is Tan Yangshan dead? The other side is urging you to do it quickly. The young Taoist said. The old Taoist priest made hand gestures and opened his eyes slightly. Let them wait. Just now, I activated the blood killing technique and it was about to succeed. I don't know why, but it suddenly stopped for a while. Now, I have restarted it, and I guarantee that Tan Yangshan will die. The old Taoist priest was about to close his eyes and continue to cast the spell. Suddenly, a bloodlight flew over. The old Taoist priest's face changed. Not good. The next second, before he could dodge, he was hit directly in the middle of his eyebrows by the bloodlight. Bang. This time, it was like a heavy hammer. The old Taoist priest flew out. He fell hard to the ground. Ah. The old Taoist priest held his head and screamed in pain. The young Taoist priest next to him was so scared that his face changed drastically. Master, what's wrong with you? Master. The old Taoist priest trembled on the ground for a long time before sitting up. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and his face was covered with blood. The whole person was like a beggar. The soul-destroying talisman. That bastard Tan Yangshan. He found a master of magic. He not only broke my blood-killing technique, but also used the soul-destroying talisman to counterattack me. I was caught off guard and was successfully attacked by him. The old Taoist priest's face was full of resentment. The young Taoist priest was full of surprise. In his opinion, his master was already like a god. Now, there is still someone who can make his master suffer a great loss. This is simply incredible. The young Taoist priest asked, Master, how is your injury? Then Tan Yangshan, are we going to kill him? The old Taoist priest said with a dark face, my injury is fine. I will be almost healed in a few days. But I guess it will take a while for Tan Yangshan. Wait until my injury is healed, and then give him a hard time. The young man nodded and said, okay. Then I'll tell them this. Okay. Well, go. The old Taoist priest nodded. After the young man left, the old Taoist priest's face was as gloomy as water. Asshole, don't let me find out who you are. Otherwise, I will make you regret coming to this world alive. On the other side, Su Chen didn't know that he was being targeted again. He treated Tan Yangshan again and prescribed some medicine. Soon, Tan Yangshan had recovered. Mr. Su, thank you so much. Tan Yangshan clasped his fists and bowed. Su Chen smiled. Tan Xiang bowed slightly to Su Chen. You have saved our family twice. Can I treat you to a meal? Su Chen was about to answer. Suddenly, ding-ling-ling, a cell phone rang. Su Chen looked down and saw that it was Sun Zhaoxian calling. He smiled apologetically at Tan Xiang, then picked up the phone. On the other side, Sun Zhaoxian's voice was very weak. Mr. Su, help. Su Chen was startled. Where are you? What happened? Sun Zhaoxian gave an address. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. Su Chen hung up the phone with a murderous look on his face. Wen Liqingyan was in trouble. If it weren't for Sun Zhaoxian, she would have almost gotten into trouble. At that time, he promised Sun Zhaoxian that he would owe him a favor. Moreover, Su Chen also intended to make Sun Zhaoxian his subordinate. In the provincial capital, Sun Zhaoxian was still quite useful. Turning around, Su Chen said to Tan Yangshan, Mr. Tan, I have an urgent matter here, so I need to leave first. Mr. Su, you go ahead. Tan Yangshan said immediately. Su Chen looked at Tan Xiang. Miss Tan, let's make an appointment for this meal with you later. Yeah. Tan Xiang smiled sweetly. Mr. Su, you go ahead. Su Chen turned around and said to Lu Daoken, Mr. Lu, you go back to the hotel first. Sun Daoken's situation seems to be a little urgent. I need to hurry over. Lu Daoken also understood that Su Chen would be faster if he rushed at full speed than if he took his own car. Okay, master. Lu Daoken nodded quickly. Boom. There was a sound of wind and thunder. Su Chen's figure had disappeared from the hall. Tan Yangshan was shocked and said, Mr. Su's speed is really amazing. Lu Daoken shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yeah. I didn't expect that one day I would not be able to drive as fast as I do. Su Chen's figure left a trail of after images. Even the pedestrians on the road only felt a gust of wind and had no idea that Su Chen had passed by them. Soon, Su Chen arrived at Sun Daoken's villa. He pushed open the door and walked in. There were corpses lying everywhere at the door and in the garden. Judging from their clothes, they were all Sun Daoken's men. Almost all of these people were killed with one knife. It seems that the opponent is a knife expert. Su Chen's face sank slightly and he walked quickly into the hall. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw a figure hanging under the chandelier. Drops of blood dripped slowly, and at the window next to him, a middle-aged man was holding a long knife and leaning against the wall. Seeing Su Chen come in, he had a cold smile on his face. Is he finally here? I thought Sun Daoken would call some powerful person, but it turns out he is just a brat. Su Chen glanced at him indifferently. Then, he waved his hand directly. A stream of energy slashed out. Crash. Sun Daoken fell directly. Su Chen stepped forward, caught Sun Daoken, and put him on the sofa. Then, he pointed a few fingers, and the blood flow on Sun Daoken's body stopped instantly. A stream of longevity energy passed over, and Sun Daoken recovered quickly. At this time, the middle-aged man said coldly, Boy, your medical skills are not bad. But it's a waste for you to treat him, because I will kill you and him together. Su Chen glanced at him coldly. If you have anything to say it quickly, otherwise you will have no chance in the future. The middle-aged man's face sank. Good boy. I have seen arrogant people, but I have never seen someone as arrogant as you. Later, I will cut off your flesh piece by piece. Let me know. Don't talk nonsense. At this time, Sun Daoken slowly opened his eyes and said, Mr. Su, you are here. Be careful of this Lu Qianli. His knife is very powerful. Su Chen nodded calmly. Don't worry. I will kill him like a butcher dog. There is still one chapter. Try to finish it around 2 o'clock. Let's go to bed first. Good night. Chapter 500. I'll take you in. Killing him is like killing a dog. As soon as these words came out, the middle-aged man Lu Qianli's face turned pale. Boy, you are looking for death. The next moment, Lu Qianli rushed up with a knife. Su Chen didn't even look back and punched him straight. The violent vitality gushed out instantly and was about to drown Lu Qianli. Lu Qianli chopped down with a knife and a terrifying knife flew out. Boom. The two hit each other. Hiss. Lu Qianli's feet were fixed on the ground and the whole person retreated. A long scar was drawn on the ground. Lu Qianli's face changed completely. The contempt on his face disappeared, replaced by caution. A pair of eyes stared at Su Chen. Boy, you are actually a master of vitality? Which force are you from? Lu Qianli's face was solemn. Su Chen was already in the innate realm at such a young age. In Lu Qianli's view, only a big force can cultivate it. Su Chen settled Sun Daoken. He stood up and walked towards Lu Qianli, sneering. Didn't you just shout that you wanted to kill me? Why do you have to ask so many questions before killing someone? Are you afraid? Otherwise, kowtow to me and apologize first. I'll consider sparing your life. Hearing this, Lu Qianli's face was as if he had swallowed a live fly. Boy, you are looking for death. Lu Qianli said angrily. Su Chen sneered. Why don't you do it? What are you shouting for? Suddenly, Lu Qianli was so angry that the 3 corpse gods jumped. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, I will kill you. As long as you deal with it cleanly, no one will know which big force you come from. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Qianli directly raised his knife to kill. Shocking god knife. But, the long knife in Lu Qianli's hand trembled wildly. Su Chen actually felt a slight tingling in the Niwen Palace. This Lu Qianli seemed to have some achievements in the cultivation of mental power. A terrifying knife force condensed on the long knife and chopped towards Su Chen fiercely. Su Chen sneered. He stepped lightly on the cloud-wandering steps and dodged directly. Crack. The table next to him was hit by the knife force and broke instantly. Lu Qianli dodged the knife and immediately changed his moves to horizontal slash. Su Chen moved his feet lightly and dodged again. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Qianli slashed one knife after another. Su Chen's face was normal, his body did not move, and his feet moved swiftly, and he had dodged all the attacks. Lu Qianli was slightly shocked. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Arsehole, is all you can do to dodge?" Su Chen smiled coldly and stood still. "As you wish." Lu Qianli's face was overjoyed. As expected, young people will be fooled when provoked. He rushed towards Su Chen with a knife, jumped high, and then slashed down fiercely with a knife. The terrifying knife force brought a violent gust of wind and tore everything around. However, Su Chen still stood there. Lu Qianli showed a cruel smile. In his eyes, Su Chen would be split in half in the next second. However, ding. There was a metallic sound. The long sword in his hand suddenly stopped, unable to move anymore. Lu Qianli's eyes were fixed instantly. It was because the two palms of Su Chen in front of him had turned into metal, and he directly clamped the long sword. Bare hands into the sword. Is this the undefeated golden body? Lu Qianli's face suddenly changed. Because he suddenly remembered a person. A person who killed Bincheng, destroyed Bincheng Mountain, and captured Long Heian. Before Lu Qianli could react, Su Chen punched out. Clang. The long sword broke in half. Boom. Lu Qianli's body, like a cannonball, flew straight out. Crash. After knocking over a bunch of furniture in succession, Lu Qianli's body stopped. He struggled to get up. He looked at Su Chen with fear, and then immediately ran away. Want to run now? It's too late. Su Chen sneered. The next second, his figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he was behind Lu Qianli. Lu Qianli heard the noise behind him, and just as he turned around, he saw Su Chen who was close at hand. Suddenly, his face was horrified. Su Chen stretched out his hand to grab Lu Qianli. Spiritual seal. Lu Qianli shouted, and while running away, he formed seals with both hands. In an instant, a huge mental force instantly surged out from Lu Qianli's Niwen Palace. A mental force field was formed around him. Buzz. A sharp buzzing sound sounded. Su Chen only felt a stabbing pain in his head, and his body paused for a moment. Lu Qianli took the opportunity to turn around. Then, he punched Su Chen's neck fiercely. However, Su Chen came back to his senses in a short moment. He raised his hand and directly pinched Lu Qianli's fist. He exerted a little force. Crack. A sound of broken bones exploded instantly. Su Chen kicked out. Bang. Lu Qianli flew out and hit the wall hard. Puff. Lu Qianli spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person was dying. He looked at Su Chen with disbelief on his face. Why weren't you knocked out? The soul-shaking seal was a secret book he got by chance. It can surround the surroundings with mental power to form a mental force field. With a sudden burst, it can catch the opponent off guard and seriously injure their souls. Lu Qianli once used this trick to instantly disorient two peak Xianshan realm powerhouses, and then took the opportunity to kill them. He once firmly believed that no one below the divine realm could withstand his trick. However, this time, he miscalculated on Su Chen. How could Lu Qianli know that Su Chen's mental power was much stronger than his, and he had even cultivated the Yin God? How could he sneak attack such a Su Chen with mental power? Su Chen looked at him coldly. The technique is good, but your mental power is too weak. It's a bit of a waste of this technique. You. Lu Qianli's eyes glared, and his face flushed. Puff. He spit out blood again, and his head tilted and died. Su Chen was slightly stunned. Was this buddy angry to death? You are too arrogant, aren't you? Su Chen shook his head and casually swept his mental power over Lu Qianli. Suddenly, Su Chen's face lit up. He quickly stepped forward and took out a thin booklet from Lu Qianli. There were 3 words on it. Spiritual seal. Su Chen's face lit up. Although Lu Qianli's move just now did not have a significant effect on him, it is undeniable that this is a good mental power technique. Su Chen simply flipped through it and found that this spiritual seal can also control the range of the mental force field. If it is released over a large range, the power will naturally be weaker, but if the mental force field is controlled in a small range, even the peak of the innate realm cannot resist it. Not bad. If Lu Qianlu's mental power was not weaker, I might have been caught off guard. Su Chen happily put the spiritual seal into his arms. Then, he dragged Lu Qianlu's body and walked into the hall. Sun Zhaoxian was overjoyed when he saw this scene. Mr. Su, did you kill him? Su Chen nodded and asked, where did this man come from? Sun Zhaoxian's face darkened slightly. He is from Jinglin Villa. Su Chen was shocked. Didn't you say that when you came to power, the people from Jinglin Villa supported you? Why did they attack you? Sun Zhaoxian showed a hint of hesitation on his face. Seeing this, Su Chen said lightly, if it is inconvenient to say, you can keep it to yourself. Sun Zhaoxian waved his hands repeatedly. No. Mr. Su, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's really hard to talk about this. In Jinglin Villa, there is a senior executive who loves to play with other people's wives. At this point, Su Chen immediately understood. He looked at Sun Zhaoxian with a strange expression on his face. No wonder Sun Zhaoxian was so embarrassed. It turned out that he met someone who had the same hobby as Ko. Sun Zhaoxian gritted his teeth and said, this bastard, he has been thinking about my wife since he saw her once. He hinted to me several times, but I resisted. This time, I finally couldn't help it and fought back, and the result? Su Chen was speechless. It was the first time he heard of such a person and such a thing. You are at least the overlord of the provincial capital, and you are in the same camp as Jinglin Villa. Don't they care about your feelings? Su Chen was puzzled. Sun Zhaoxian's face was full of sadness. People like me are considered a figure in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of Jinglin Villa, I'm just a commodity that can be summoned and dismissed at will. When you get tired of seeing me, you can just change to a new one. To those big guys, I'm just a human sign standing up. Su Chen asked, what are your plans next? Sun Zhaoxian looked helpless. Besides running, what else can I do? If I continue to stay in the provincial capital, Jinglin Villa will definitely not let me go. Su Chen nodded. He asked, if you go to other big forces, with your power, there should be someone willing to protect you, right? Impossible. Sun Zhaoxian said with a wry smile. In the provincial capital, even if I have some power, and even if there are some benefits to taking me in, no one is willing to take the risk of offending Jinglin Villa. Even the 8 major families dare not take such a risk. A mere local tyrant is not worth it for them. Su Chen looked at Sun Zhaoxian and said lightly, what if I take you in? Sun Zhaoxian was stunned for a moment. Note, a small place was modified in the previous chapter. Su Chen asked Lu Daogan to go back to the hotel, and he ran to Sun Zhaoxian's house alone, because it was faster this way. It's too stuck. Sorry that I just finished writing it at this time. Good night, everyone. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.